Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Thank Ahmad for gifted membership. Thank you, Derek, for the gifted memberships. Hey, Malfrey. Hey, Bill. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Rod. So we have Aetherling. Who else? Charlie and Greg. Chardelos. No Mercy. How's everyone doing? Hey, Jake. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Jody and Terry. Hey, Newcastle Days and Clay. How's everyone's New Year? Happy New Year. Hey, Martin. Hey, Nimmy. Hey, Steve. Hey, Zara. Hey, Cheesy Potato. Another CG. Our Chapman. I guess you're in my neck of the woods right now. Or at least around there. Welcome. Thank you, Derek, for being a member. 44 months. Wow. Hey, James and Dave. Okay. We're back on the StealthChanger build, and I got to sleep in today. I was very happy to do the Delta Flyer streams with Killer Prince. That was a lot of fun, and we will do another collaboration at some point. But I was just glad to sleep in. Hey, Collie. Hey, the Ranch Kid. Hey, Marcus and Benz. Hey, Lord Getface. Obikota. Justin. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? Here, this is a much better view. What are we gonna do today? We are going to start by building a tool head. Now, we started to build a tool head on the last stream, and we got a ways into it, and I figured out some things. And then yesterday, during the Voron VOC stream, I built, yesterday during that and after, I prepped and built a couple of these and prepped some parts for all of them. So we're going to go through the assembly process for one of these today. So tool number 2, I have tool 0 and 1 built. Tool number 2 showing you what I learned and where I pre-prepped type stuff. And then we will move on to starting to build up the umbilical, the back side of the printer, and a few other things. So I think that'll keep us busy all day. Tovos, thanks for being a member. Another 44 months. Andy, thanks for being a member. Hey, Mark Greenbeard. Hey, Roy. Idea for a build project, make a fake keyboard for Oscar to sit on. I've set it further back. Hopefully that'll be okay. Oh, what's up, buddy? Okay, let me put this back over here, and maybe we'll get him some treats, some early treats. Felix just hasn't been feeling it, and that's okay. I need to bring him out here more and give him treats. That'll lure him out here. Hey, JD. Hey, Nico. Let's give him some early treats. Maybe get him to calm down a little bit. Early treats? You know, I know this is a self-made problem here. I get it. I love it how he goes up and grabs it. Hey, Spectra. Hey, Kenneth. Oh, it is definitely something special about orange cats. But Felix is his own. He has his time. He has his time. It's just that Oscar is very treat motivated. He knows he can get treats out here. Thank you, Bill. Thanks for being a member for so long. How much catnip? None. Those particular, I don't think this treat has any catnip. Yeah. We work our way through them. Hello, Jackie. Okay. I had this. I wanted to show something with this. So there's the Felix. You want to treat Felix? Here, let's break out the treats that Felix really likes. Come on. Come on. Come on up here. Yeah? You going up here? We'll get a Felix sighting. Hey, nope. He won't even be drawn by treats. Yeah, we'll give Oscar some. There you go. I'm gonna give Felix. You want some treat? You want some treat? No, he's just gone. He's not into it. Okay. I'll give you a little bit. You're not getting the whole thing. Here, you can lick that off of me. There you go. Okay, you got extra treats because Felix came out. That's Heels Prince. Thanks for being a member. Okay, we are going to build a tool head. So we will build tool head 2. So I've separated out all the parts for these into their own bins. I'm also going to show you my technique for recycling these LEDs that the kit came with. So, okay. Ooh, it rained like crazy here last night. And this morning, it was raining hard. My gutters were overloaded. They were spilling over the edge. Try to get this right when you choose the end, of course. Hey, Bob. Hey, Akbal. Okay, I think we want this camera. My plan worked. Oscar's taken off. He'll be back. But Felix is being very contrary. He will beg for attention, but on his terms. And only his terms. Hold on a second. I've got a little bit of a sinus fun today. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's see here. I want to start with showing what I do to yeah, that'll work. And let's move this down a bit. Let's see if we can get a little better. Okay. And then we'll start with this end one. So securing, I think it's important here to secure that, and then a heat gun. So a heat gun, and then my sharp tweezers. So sharp tweezers, and then glasses. So the problem I had, hey Neil, hey Brent. The problem I had last time is trying to get this hot glue, whatever conformal coating off of these so I could redo them. I mean, honestly, LDO did a pretty poor job. Whoever they have assembling these really needs to be shown a better way to do it. The exposed wire is far too long. They are very, in my opinion, very poorly done. So I've already given this feedback to Jason. Hopefully he can have a talk to his folks and see what they can do about it. But I don't want these to go to waste. So I worked on figuring out how to get these cleaned up so I could reuse them. So what I did find out is if I take my heat gun here, so my heat gun, and I just kind of scare Oscar away, and I heat this up as I'm kind of picking at the edge of the stuff, and you'll see it starts to come loose at a fairly low temperature. But I just kind of work my way around and pick this off. You see that? And it's coming off. I'm not melting it to the point where it's fully melting. It's just releasing. And then it's a nice clean release from the PCB there. That worked really well. I'm really pleased with how that turned out. And then you can get in here and get the other bits. But at this point, now it can be desoldered. So you're saying alcohol will release the hot glue too? I don't know. As soon as I don't know if it's a silicone compound because it's heat activated. Because this piece that I just pulled off is hard now. It is very, very hard. Get a little bit of solder to help that heat transfer. Hot glue doesn't melt like that. Okay, I mean, I'm not, I guess I don't know what it is. I get that. I just know the result. I was able to but yeah, there's one LED picked free. Then I'll be able to redo that. Let's try some. Is this like soak it in alcohol or just get some on a Q-tip? And let's try the next one. Let's try the next one. We've got this guy here. Let's get that secured in there. Let's get some alcohol. Main thing is I can take it off easy. Yep. Let's get some alcohol on here. Just gonna try to, am I gonna need, I feel like if this is gonna work, it's gonna need to be soaked. Because it's not really getting under that. See, I can, it's much more difficult to get under that. So instead, a little bit of heat here. And as that warms up, you'll be able to see it start to lift. See that? Starts to soften and lift. And it's not leaving. What I like about this is it's not leaving any residue. It pulls right off of there. The rest of my holiday was fine. I've been busy trying to get everything done. That formant cover is not normally the same stuff as hot glue. Okay, but it does seem to be heat. It reacts to heat. So it softens, it absolutely softens with heat. So whatever it is, heat seems to be a good method. Not a lot of heat, just a light. Just a light heat. And I'm not gonna bother completely cleaning these up. I just wanted to show what I found. Hey, Hellspark. I was busy fixing Pooch's garage door. That was a lot of fun. It's always fun to hang out with Pooch, especially on a outside of an event. Just kind of. That one was a little messier, but it still came off just fine. There we go. Yeah. I never trust LED PCB after they were soldered once. Really? Remember, the red is on the left and the black is on the right. They are labeled pretty well. Let's see, ground, data out, data in, and 5 volts. They're labeled pretty well. And I'm not putting enough heat into these to cause any problems. There we go. Anyway, that was all I wanted to show. Hey, StealthChanger. I wanted to show cleaning these up because other people are going to want to use these LEDs. They're not going to have others. And if they have a couple of little tools here, some way to secure the LED and way to heat it up, solder it, then that's a good way to keep from wasting that stuff. So. Okay, Gino. Put this stuff out of the way. Put this over there. Oh, don't want to get in the way of the little visualizer. Now we're going to build a tool head. Put this out of the way in here. We might as well use this. This can go under here. How are we doing on likes? We doing good? Let me change stream settings. There we go. We're not doing good, but we will. Hey, Delvin. Lightsabers are getting shorter. Okay, I've got a bunch of parts here. I basically put everything I could think of that's for a tool head into these boxes. So this is all one tool head. Now, the way the fans come, one of them I leave the lead full length, and another one I shortened. So I pre-shortened this. Got our back plate, cover, orbiter, which I need to adjust. Do you have any internal knowledge you can share about index for Prusa Core 1? I have zero knowledge about the Core 1 index. Hey, Turtle. Hey, Delvin. Hey, Tinker Steve. Okay, what do we got here? We got lots of parts. Printed parts. Don't need that one. We'll need that one. All heat sets are done. This is my modified. Let's go. Nope, get in here a bit. There we go. This is that modified. I modeled in this little notch. It seems to help. And then this is a resoldered LED harness that I did using the same LEDs, just resoldering it using the little jig that's downloadable from the ant head profile. So I mostly used this to do that. So hot end fan. I did take all the hot end fans and I put a little super glue here for some strain relief. Got heater, so I extended the thermistor wires and then put the barrels on the end. So like I said, this is not going to be, this is just assembly. Hey, Crow. Okay, let's see. What am I? Oh, turn off the soldering iron. I'll just let it sit there heating up. Let's go. Let's follow the documentation on this, just so we've done this 2 times already. But back to the tool heads and ant head documentation. Hey, Nobly. I had a extruder motor fail on me last week. Uh-oh. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to use the modified StealthChanger backplate, which we've already done. This is the soldered LED jig that I used. Now, I did this a little different than what's pictured here. I reversed this, this module, reversed it, and took these wires to the other side. You'll see that here. I reversed it. So I ran it that way because it seems to fit in the ant head a little better. It's a little more difficult to do. Things are a little more in the way, but it means that I don't have to bend these the wires here at an more extreme angle. So I did it a little different, but this would work. Okay, we're gonna put this in here. And mostly I'm just doing sequence of operations here. So this guy, and I wanna grab, so this goes down here, and this goes in this side. There we go. This is just a matter of getting this coaxed into there. I have not test fit every one of these, but the other ones I built did work fine, so I'm assuming these will be okay. This little piece goes in here, goes in the tab. This presses up and over that, just like that. So that's there. Hey Skyrim, it is warm out here today, even though it's raining like crazy. I had the heater on and I turned it down before stream. It is warm. Hey Surf, something I found handy was using a spare pie to test the LEDs after I soldered them. I need to set something like that up, Ben. I absolutely do. I'll probably use a little pie pico. I think would work pretty well. I have a bunch of those, that is why. You just set something up and maybe put a little, maybe have it cycle through the colors when you plug it in. That'd be a really cool little project. Okay, that's a little retainer. And then we're gonna put it up into this piece. So this piece, I always pre-snap the little bridge there. And on this side, just to break that layer connection. This is gonna go up to there, like that. And then you see this comes down, bend this around that way, and then this will bend up like that to go. I mean, a WLED installed would be a good thing too, but I just have so many pie picos. Okay, now I've already done all the heat sets here. No, I have not. That's the wrong piece. That is the wrong piece. Why is that the wrong piece? That's the wrong piece. Where did I put the right piece? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have the right piece. What I am concerned with is if I threw away the right piece. Uh-oh. I have a backup. I have a backup plan. But I may have to go dumpster diving. Uh-oh. I may have to go dumpster diving. Oops. Oh. Oh. No, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. It's over here. It's right in front of me. It's, yep, exactly. Exactly. P4, P5. Paps? Paps. Yes. Thank you. That was just sitting in there already. This is the revised one. has the Revo heatsink already installed. I just did that to keep things together. Little bit of elephant's foot makes these the number here squish a little bit, so I'm going to clean that up. So I'm just going to very gently take the tip of my hobby knife and just kind of follow the curve there. This is Traxman's mod. I did talk about looking for the latest ant head files and incorporating any little changes, but those have not, the CAD for that has not been published, so I did not. Apparently, Parquet has been away from his computer all week for about a week, so wasn't able to get to it. Okay, just cleaning that up a bit, opening it up. Hey, John. Hey, Raj. Hey, bearded printer. Strothgar, I agree. I didn't really, assembling the other tool heads, I didn't run into any issues not having the very latest stuff. So it was fine. I did forget to put heat sets in here, so let's do that real quick. So all these heat sets, grab a, it's handy to have something to space the tool head here. Find flat surfaces. Real quick. Okay, let's see here. Now, swap my iron tip to a little broader one for this next part. So now we use a iron. I use an iron for the next one because we have to put heat sets in here and can't get to that from the top. So I usually grab a stainless steel, a long stainless steel screw. Stainless steel doesn't transfer heat as easily as regular steel. And there, and then just a couple of threads in on that, and then I can apply heat with regular iron to here. Just slowly push that in there. I don't know, Bob. I don't have one of those yet. I'm planning on getting one. I just haven't gotten around to it. The right angle tip from CNC Kitchen. I saw that at his shop when I was in Germany. I was very excited for it. I just haven't obtained one. That and another thing that I don't know that has shown up yet is two things coming from CNC Kitchen I really want. Screws keeping it straight and making sure it stabilizes it. You don't have to worry as much about it falling out of the way. But if you notice, when I was done, I was just kind of making sure that it was straight while it's still hot and I can adjust it. So this goes in all the way, and then I'm just checking to make sure. See, that needed a little tweak there. Just kind of pulling it straight, and then unthread, and that's done. I don't know exactly how much clearance it requires, but I don't know if this is enough, because it needs to be like that tall still, and I don't think that'll work. Hey, Martin. Okay, so that is done, and then where is let's turn that off. I thought I had my well, let's see if it fits. Oh, I got one more heat set to do. Yeah, that fits through there, so that'll be okay. I got one more heat set to do. Going right in the end here. I've been fortunate not to break any of the wings on here, but I agree, they can be fragile. It is thin. There we go. Okay, that can go out of the way. So install 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Hey, Scott. So I did something different for here. There's some printed spacers. The kit comes with these spacers, which are 16 millimeter spacers. They need to be about 23 millimeters. And I actually did 22.8 because that seemed to fit the best. But I just made these little caps. And these just go on here. And an easy way to get these on is just thread a screw on, and that'll make sure that goes together. So I just printed these caps for that. So just to extend so I could use the metal threads. Yeah, that's it. Just thread that on, push it on there, because it's a tight fit because of the way I modeled it. I modeled it to be tight. This one here. Put that in. Go. Should be. Thread it in all the way. Yeah. Same like so. There's those. So we got those. This out of the way. That was there. And then back plate has heat sets in it already, right? Yep. Back plate has heat sets. PCB mount. These have heat sets. They do not yet have magnets, but I'll put magnets in them right now, actually. And I'm going to do that with super glue And I already have the magnets. I put all the magnets where they would be going in here. So I'm gonna do this right here. So little drop, and then I'm just pressing it in here. And then I'll grab my Nipix to put them in here. Fanny, thanks for becoming a member. And then one more. Then I can be assured that these are going in the correct way. These are all the N52 magnets. And then I've got the other two. This goes up into the, this is the mod, the ant head ducts mod. So get these two up and into their little pockets. And that's it. So magnet there, the magnet up in the pocket there. Now these have been holding in just fine. The fan's gonna hold those in. I'm not bothering to glue these. Come Marcel. Oscar ears just poke up from the bottom of the screen. Yep. Oscar tail. Buddy. Okay. Now, magnets and heat sets are in there. Heat sets are in there. We installed the heat sink, and now I get to put the fan on. Fan and the 14mm screws that did come in the kit, the odd size that does come in the kit. Hey, buddy. And then fan wires straight up. Oh, these have also been pre this this length here. I cut this much. I cut that much off the ends of these. So apparently I'm not paying the attention I need to. Yes. These are not. These are LDO 24 volt fans. Yeah, that's all they say. They're LDO 24 volt fans. Dual ball bearing. Where'd you get the updated Revo mount? You're talking about this? I made that on stream last time. I can upload that. It's marginally better. So I think it is better, but I don't know if it's perfect. Okay, fan is installed. And then we put this, so we're gonna so this says M3 by 28ths. And the reason it says M3 by 28ths is because the holes here, now what I did last time is I took a drill bit and I went through past the heat set and just made some clearance for 30mm screws. I highly suggest that the team modifies this part because there's no reason why those holes couldn't be deeper. And then you can just go with a standard size 30mm screw. So there's that. We can put this stainless screw away. And we need a M3 by 12 button head. Where did those go? Those, nope, not there. I've got another, where's the other thing of printed parts tray? I have one, two, there it is. It says button head there. The kit comes with socket heads, but button heads work better. It just doesn't come with a 12mm button head. Okay, so this guy gets a screw from the back. This goes through here. And that'll end up threading into that heat set there when this goes on, but not yet. This, the head of the button head, goes into that pocket. So this all goes in like this. Actually place only to prevent heat creep. Yeah, you want a sharp transition from the cold side of the hot end to the hot side. Okay, so then you see, I don't know if you can, maybe if I clear the extra plastic away. But those screw heads are just poking right that far. It's not very far. Okay, let's hold all these to be lined up and tighten these two screws. Oh, there is a bridge in here that you want to cut out. Make sure you cut that bridge out. You can do it now. I mean, it's not too difficult to do in situ, but there we go. That I made a mistake. So I need the heater and thermistor cartridge installed. See, Chad, I'm ahead of you. I remembered. So I pre-bent these at a right angle up. There we go. And then I've been running the wires through like this. Now, if you don't know, the label that comes on these Revo heater cores is heat shrink. So I shrunk that down because I don't want to get rid of it. I want to keep that serial number. I don't know why. It probably doesn't really matter. But why not? Okay, that goes in there. Those go there. Make sure we're not pinching any wires. Make sure all that is lined up. Everything's good. Hey, Barton. Happy New Year. Okay. Let's grab our Revo high flow Obsidian 0.4 nozzle. Get that in there. You don't need a hot end fan if you conduct the heat by a different means. Yep, that is true. There we go. Okay, so those stick out. Attach the hot end mount, that's attached. Put this grill in. So this is just a little finicky, stringy. If I had remembered, I would reprint these. I'm not super happy with the print quality there, but they look pretty good once installed. Oops. And apparently I ended up with some supports turned on, so I got to get those knocked out of here. There we go. Okay, so this comes in, and this is a little bit of a fiddly. Oops. That's the first one that actually broke when I was trying to do that. all it is the, there we go. It's just the edges. It's fine. It looks good. Just little edges in there. I needed to make sure that it was down under one side before I tried to push it in, and I didn't do that. It's just me trying to be quick on camera. Just push all those in there. Okay, it's fine. Okay, get that in there. Then we get to put the diffuser and D in there. So we got our PETG. I just print most of these little diffusers in PETG. I do have some clear PCTG I'm going to switch to try that. I picked that up at 3D Printopia from 3D Fuel. So, and then that goes in here. Just comes in. Oops. That's pushed in there. And then let's get the diffuser in there again. There we go. Diffuser's in. So now we probably put the LEDs in. Yep. So insert the LEDs, and then we're going to put this on the whole thing. So this assembly here, start with the main LED, the logo LED, number LED in this case. It goes there. This is going to get pushed back and up into this channel. That gets that out of the way. So that's why I did that little bit of extra. See how clean that ends up being? And then this is going to come in here. And I want these wires to kind of poke up. There we go. So then this down, out of the way in there. Right, like that. So then these wires are in this little cavity over here. All of that sits what looks like pretty reasonably. Okay, now this whole thing, oops, this wire, hot end wire here, comes straight over and then bends up into this channel here. Mister. This goes, there we go. And this bends over kind of into that little spot there. That sets down. This should, if everything lines up okay, make sure that that sits down in that groove. Down. Yep, there it is. It was just catching on the bottom of the fan there. Make sure all these wires are not getting pinched. That's this. Pushes on to there. Now we can get our, you want to thin, the hex drivers that come in the kit are adequate for this, but I have this that I use. So this screw that was put in there tightens that together. Then a couple of M3 by 6 button heads. And I make sure you're careful where you're pressing, but you're gonna press that together, just kind of hold it together while we put this screw in. Just make sure everything is tight. You don't want to press out here because that's not supported. I'm pressing over here just to make sure that this gap here is closed. Okay. Then we can take our PTFE tube, which I've already cut. So these are cut and chamfered. So that will go right in there. It's the name of the gray filmer. This is Polymaker's ASA-GF 8% light gray. Okay, so that is that. We mounted that. So that screw, yeah, it doesn't show it. Next. How to chamfer PTFE tube. I use a bit here. I use this. I haven't shown this in a while. It's a free flute center reamer is what countersink bit. It is, I believe, 60 degree, but I just do this by hand. Just run that by hand. I have probably another one. I don't know if it's easy to get to in here. Yep, there it is. So that's that. I just go in here and just kind of gently ream it by hand. But lots of ways to do this. This has been the easiest I've found, is that little bit there. I've been using it for years. Yes. Okay, we get to do the fans. Install a 40mm blower fan into each of the ducts. What this doesn't show, but what the ant head documentation shows, you gotta take the cover off of these, and it's just a matter of popping it off. Sometimes you have to get in a little screwdriver in there to pop it off, but so that chamfer on the PTFE tube just ensures that your filament doesn't get caught on the edge. If there's anything that might catch, any little tip of the filament is bent in the wrong way or whatever, it just makes sure that it doesn't get caught. Take a reamer for RC Lexan bodies. Yep, I have one of those too, Martin. That works too. Hey, Stuart. Hey, Papa Wayne. Did you say the gray CF is quite brittle? It is very brittle. I cannot print it on my Core 1 or any of the extruder printers, Core 1 or Core 1L. It breaks immediately. And it's not I don't think it's the bend that goes into the top of the extruder. I think it's the two idler gears around the filament drive gear. There's two idler gears, and I think this little bend here is where it's breaking. One thing, so I just thought about this. You're talking about using a reamer for a body, for a RC car body. Some of those are single flute. And I think what Tuxedo here is saying, and is valid, is that it's very easy to cut too much. This 3 flute reamer that I use, it's very easy to be precise with it and not accidentally cut too much out. So If your body reamer for the RC stuff is multi-flute, then you'll have a better time. But the one of them I have is single flute, and I probably wouldn't want to use that. Where did you find the dual magnet covers? So Alan, every mod that I use, there's links in the description. So this is the ant head magnet mod from Nemi. It goes along with some different dock side pieces. So, yep. Magnets. Okay, so pop the covers off the fans. I cut one of these wires short and I left the other one exactly the way it comes. It's popped off. So I cut exactly this much off of this wire. Okay. The general here, tangents here are good, I think. So you're talking about this set that you can buy from Home Depot or whatever. It's this style. I've got the same set. These aren't as nice. If you can get something like that reamer, that countersink reamer that I showed you earlier, these just aren't as sharp. You can try them and it might work okay, but you really need it to be sharp, and don't use it on anything but those, but PTFE. This thing here, I don't use it on anything else. This has only been used on PTFE, and it is a whole lot sharper than that other set there. Yeah. You want that to be sharp. You don't want to leave any burrs behind in there. If they break off, they can clog your nozzle. A small center drill for PTFE, okay. If someone pings me in the tool chat on Discord, here, right here, what is that? 3/8 by 60 degree. Let's see if I can get that to focus. Come on, come on. There we are. High speed steel, 3/8 by 60 degree is what this is. Hey, John. I can get you an Amazon link probably if you ping me in the tool chat, but go over there. Okay, so this goes on a specific side. This goes on this side. So make sure that goes there. So these guys, oh, that's the other thing, is with these LDO fans, it seems like the fan blades themselves stick up a little higher. So once these are in, you see that? That is a little close. So I've been trimming this out to make sure that it doesn't catch. So let me do that. You can use sandpaper, you can use whatever, but I've just been taking my X-Acto knife and you're gonna cut down, but you don't wanna cut across to the other side because you'll catch your layer lines like I just did there. Scraping. Did you use a long or short back plate? What do you mean long or short back plate? I used the short docks, the short standard docks. Okay, let's try this again. this is the short wire. Yep. Okay, that looks like just enough clearance around there, barely. Use a knife as a card scraper. Yep. Oh, whatever. These are cheap. These are cheap 2.75 reading glasses. I buy them for 5-pack for like 20 bucks, if that. They're just to be able to see a little better. My contacts are fantastic. It lets me read chat, it lets me read, I could do all this without them. I just need to spend a little more time focusing. Those just make it easier. Okay, so there's that. And then the other side wasn't a problem. It was just that one side for some reason. This bends back around to the label side like that. And then comes in here. Like that. See, that one fits really well in there. I blame the fans. I blame something about the fans here. I don't remember it being like this on the other ant head I did, but. Okay, fans are in there. Then we get to put this all together. So here, we'll need 4 these guys. Got 5. So this comes around and just comes straight out the back here. Make sure we hook the bottom and go up there like that. Hey, Remy. And then this will come up and get over to the tool head. So this guy, same thing, hook it. Rumor of Skin 70, thanks for becoming a member. Remind me, after Filament giveaway, I'll give away 5 of my monthly memberships. Around. So see, I cut those and they end up being right at about the same length sticking up the end here. Okay. Now, oh, got to secure those. So I use some 8mm on the back. So these are the ones I kept forgetting today. Raj, thanks for being a member. Shrimp Father Martin, thanks for being a member. Go. Shannon, this is Polymaker ASA 8% carbon fiber. It is very brittle. You can get it to print, it does fine. But the filament, in filament form, it is very brittle. Hey, Clown Hammer, thanks for being a member. Need sunglasses to look at that. It is bright. It is. Okay, those two in. I put the magnets in already. PTFE tube is in. Now, note that the default files for ant head would not allow you to do this. You need to run a 4mm drill bit through the parts. The default files for ant head, this piece here. I will upload this piece that already has this done, but the intent is to put a heat set in there because for a filament cutter setup. But your default files, in order to put your PTFE tube in post assembly like I'm doing, you need to run a 4mm drill bit through here. I don't know if that's mentioned in the instructions here, but it might be something to note, guys. Okay. Hey, Keith. Just playing with pet ferrets. Well, you need to have a chat if you haven't already with Additive Adam. Additive Adam is a ferret friend as well. Jim, thanks for being a member. You're enjoying this. I appreciate that. Okay, so PTFE2 we already put in. It seems okay in the LDO extruders, but breaks in the G2 sometimes. Interesting. Yeah. Hey, Rumor. Attach the orbiter. Okay, so the other thing I've been doing, because this is flush, doesn't have any kind of relief, and the bottom of this is not flush. You see that? I'm threading that in until it is flush. And I have confirmed that it doesn't get in the way. It doesn't cause any problems. I grab the screwdriver, just a flathead screwdriver. Ferret fiend. So just barely until that is just flush. Don't want to turn that in too much. Take something flat just to make sure. I don't know where my, this across. Nope, it catches. It catches, so it's not quite there yet. Just a little bit. There we go. It runs across without catching. Okay. Hey, Cobra. Then I need, I think they're probably 12mm socket heads. These guys. Is that right? Yep, and 3x12. It says button heads, but the kit doesn't come. There's a lot of things in here. Kit doesn't come with the fasteners that are being specified here. Kit does come with 12mm socket heads though. So I'm kind of, no, that's not for you to knock off the table. So I'm just making sure these wires here, get that on there. These wires kind of go off to the sides here for now. And then this guy in here. Go. We're good in there. Okay. Attach the two PCB mount spacers. So these, so this is the little spacer that comes with the Nighthawks that the kit comes with. Something to keep in mind, these instructions are not specific for the kit. So adapt with what comes with, I'm adapting with what comes with the kit. So one nice thing about that little extra is I can just kind of get that on there with some good finger tight, get a little extra torque on it. There we go. It's like that. It is an orbiter extruder. It's an orbiter 2.5. Next, and then attach the PCB mount with a bunch of M3x8s. Now I need to, because I use these spacers, I need to use longer screws here. So I think I used 12s. Maybe they were 16s. So this comes out, this goes on here. And then for just the ones that are that go into the spacers, I use the longer screws. It's not for you to knock off the bench. Been spoiled with the LGX extruder. Forgot how I didn't miss getting the tension right. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm not tightening that down yet. I want the rest of these to line up. So we're gonna grab some M3x8s. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these guys. Dude. These are loose. There we go. Now we get these in. You can do the cables through the tap sensor relief. Looks cleaner. Yep. I'm ahead of you. I'm ahead of you. On some of them. I couldn't get all of them through there. It just got too tight. And I didn't want the cables. The thermistor is really the only one that I run through there. But the rest of them look pretty good just coming up through the side. I did try that at first, trying to send all of them, but especially the heater wires are just too thick to go through there. And I didn't want the fiberglass PCB rubbing on the edge of them. Yep. Okay, now that those two bottom ones are in, we can tighten these. Now we can get the board on here. I think that's probably what it's saying next. Oh, we got the tap PCB. Okay, well, we'll do that. What do we got here? In 2x8s. I bet the orbiter wires are the perfect length with no crimping. It is. It is pretty good. Now I am going to wait to put the tap board in until after this is in, because I do run just the thermistor over here. I want to plug it in and then I'll push this up into place. So, oh, something with the Nighthawk board, you can either, because it's not really needed, you can either break both of these tabs off, just break them off. That's fine. I opted to notch this one by that much because there's a component right in there that presses against this spot right here. So you're best off, just break these off. There's 4 screws here. It's being supported. Okay, why are you not going in? I think I got some, yeah, I just had some plastic squish from the, so you were sitting right on my screws. Teabagging my screws. Bearded Printer, thanks for the gifted memberships. Yeah, I got a little plastic push through on these, I think. What is up there? Oh, you see yourself. He's staring at himself on the screen. That's awesome. That's hilarious. Oh, someone asked about the drivers. These are LDO. They've started producing these short drivers. I absolutely love them. For Vice, there was a set of ball end drivers that are nice and short. There's even a 3mm in this size. They're fantastic. You can check the West 3Ds and KB 3Ds and Fabricos. They may or may not have them. But yeah, that's the drivers I'm using. The knife near the cat's tail. It's fine. He's not going to cut himself. Are you willing to build a Mogster 4x4 overland from 3D sets? That is a project, Wojacki, and more than a project, it's something I have to find a spot for. Honestly, the next RC car I want to build is a Cassadio. I want to build that Impreza. That has been on my list for a long time, and now that I have multiple tool changers that can do incompatible supports, which Cassadio's models do need supports, unfortunately, but I'm almost ready to start printing parts for that. So, okay, now that that's in place, I can move this thermistor wire up into here. This gets bent straight down, so that might not have been the greatest time to do it, but now I'm also going to bring that over, and then I'm going to bring my heater wires into here. And this is a tight fit. I could have extended them, but I would have had to extend them like a few millimeters. The torque is on the list. I kind of want to do that Subaru first, the Subaru 22B. So loosen these. Oh, that's another thing. These ferrules, I always cut the last little notch off so they fit better in the. They fit a little better in the up into there. So take these with some sharp cutters and just cut that last bump off. It's not a lot, but it's enough to do something. So that goes there. Like I said, that is about as short as I would want it to be. On the other ones, it's been fine. Let's see if it is on this one. Get it in there. Yep, just barely. Just barely. Okay, bring this up a little bit so I can get this guy through there. So I want that to go under, and I forgot to shrink that label. So let's do that real quick. Where did my heat shrink? Yep, Oscar is not a fan. Go. Okay, so that guy is gonna go around there, plug right there. Now we can get this guy up in here. It's gonna go right there with a couple of, I did M3x6s. It calls for M3x8s, but since it's just a PCB, we're still getting about 5 millimeters of threads into the plastic. And I've got more 6s than 8s. So only 95 likes for 280 people here. Yep. We are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament in about an hour and 40 minutes. I've got a new little thing I'm doing. We'll talk about that when we get there. Okay, so that's on there. That goes through there. Fan comes up through here and here. That goes right there. Stepper comes up through here. And right. This one I didn't have to modify. It's pretty much perfect right there. And then the hot end fan comes up and plugs in right here. So that goes there, that goes there. And then there is a cable. The kit does come with a nice little cable for the for the opto tap here. So this will plug in here. Okay. Now, if you are ever taking this apart, unplug this first, because if you try to unplug this side first, you might jerk away and bend this connector. Ask me how I know. Now, I'm putting a twist on this because that's going to force that wire down into that little cavity there. And plug in. Oops, I want to go. I think I'm under this. This plugs in right there, and then that kind of forces that to stay up under there. Then the last wire is this fan, like that. Those go in there. Now we can take our zip ties, just a few zip ties to put in. These are Nighthawk 36s. Yep. This comes in the LDO StealthChanger kit. So now if we take this, we've got some wire channels on the side. So this goes through here. That goes there. This goes here. That. Then I did a couple more here just to, this will go right through here. All this does is just make sure that these all stay nice and tight. Just very loose. That's not tightened. All it is holding those into these little grooves in the side. That's really it. That is really it. That can go there. Yeah, we're done. USB connector and zip tied to the mount for good measure. Which, well, there's a whole rest of the wire management here, but then this guy will end up going on the back. However this ends up, I think it's this way, but we're not ready for that yet. That'll actually, these screws will come out. I don't think we're ready for that. Is there any reason not to put that on? There are some supports in there. Those break off just fine. And I think we need to switch these to 10s. And 3x10s have the same length, so let's switch those out. 10s don't come in the kit, but I have plenty. Let's go ahead and put this on. Oh, there's a, that's what I meant too, Neil. There's a whole other bit of wire management for the XT30 for this. We're not there yet though. Okay, this will be fun. It's got to go through there. Nope, can't use a straight driver. Oop. Bye-bye. I saw which way it went. Where is it? How far did it go? There we go. Ball driver. Let's see. There we go. There's one. Bill, thanks for gifted memberships. Okay, so those are partially threaded in. Now we can get this thing on here. Goes there and there. I think if we thread this in. What is keeping that from setting down properly? Something that's keeping that from setting right. Let's see. Missing. Oh, there we go. I don't know what it was, but it snapped into place. I didn't catch it. I didn't catch what actually allowed it to snap into place. I'll look at it on the other ones. Oh, we got Killer Prince coming in. Killer Prince, how'd your build go? Welcome. There we go. Still gives us access to the little boot or reset switch there. The other one's there. That is looking pretty fantastic. I like it. How's the Cascade doing? I haven't been back on the Cascade for a bit. I've just been busy with everything else. So no updates from me on the Cascade. Green filament reminds me of the jacket from 4th grade. That is 3DO ASA glass fiber Ratrig green. This is 3DO ASA glass fiber Ratrig green. Yeah, that is toolhead 0 or toolhead 2 done. So we have 2. These are the ones I did off camera, and I will do 3 and 4 before next stream. But this gets us to the point where I've shown you the full assembly process for one of these, and we can move on to working on the printer more now. So, any updates on Phoenix? Just that it's design finished. It's into final validation testing and documentation. Okay, let's make some room here to bring the printer over. We can work on the backpack, umbilical, that stuff. Ratrig green brittle, or was that fine? That was fine. I can print that that 3DO glass fiber filament in the Core 1, no problem. That's where all these parts were printed. All the green parts here were printed on my Core 1 that's sitting right here next to me. In fact, we just got a plate of parts finished in that color. Hopefully they turned out well. I expect them to have. Okay. Hey, zombie. There we go. So we got that. I think we kind of skipped over a bunch of this. I put the tool head board on. I broke those supports out and put that on along with the wiring. So we finished that up. So let me go set these off to the side. One thing I did notice that I don't think is going to necessarily be a problem, and we'll see. I want to see if this does the same thing. All of these prior to assembling have all fit the shuttle perfect. After there's a, oh, this one fits perfect. That one's fine. These ended up with just a little, it's still fine. I mean, it's going to switch and do everything just fine, but there's just a little extra resistance that wasn't there before. Something is tweaking as this goes together. Yeah, just a tiny bit extra. It's still, the magnet overcomes it, but it's not quite as, that one, I mean, you don't even need the magnet for it to just slide on there. But It's fine. It's just something I noticed. Okay, those are off. This is our shuttle with this we did last stream too. This is the end stop. That's a mod. Okay. Okay. This is, so I did the short docks. Swap these out. This gives me more room here by 40 millimeters. The tools seem to go up in here. Haven't adjusted any of that, but they seem to sit in here just fine. 0, 1, and 2, kind of getting a feel for what this looks like. Getting there. Go away with an, yeah. Can I say it is the same status as Phoenix? Yeah. Hey, tech guy. Okay. Liz, welcome. So now I haven't put the little covers on these other 2 tool heads, but there we go. I'm gonna pull this off. The magnets, I think, the magnets really hold these in pretty good. I think I can move the printer around and they wouldn't fall out. But I'm gonna pull them off anyway and set them over here. While we work on the back of this printer. Okay, something, we haven't belted it yet, and we haven't belted it very specifically because I've wanted the shuttle to be able to test fit things. And once I put this on the printer, it's gonna be a whole lot harder to test fit the tool heads. What will be the ideal printer to print the Subaru parts on? Well, it'll be my Mad Max or my Index right now, because I can do incompatible supports. And I'm doing it in, I think it might be PETG that I bought for that, but it might be PLA too. I'm not sure. I need to go look. I have all the filament I bought for it. I just don't remember if it was PETG or PLA that I'm going to do it in. You got the shuttle helper printed. I do. I think if I know what you're talking about, I do. Found it easier to install the shuttle than heat gun the tool heads and center all the pins. I didn't at all. Heat gun did not. I tried the heat gun approach on the tool heads, but it was really just a matter of getting the right scaling and twisting the pins until everything fit right. Someone asked about build volume. This is a 300 millimeter Voron 2. The thing you lose is a little exclusion zone here. There's a notch in the front that you lose. But below this point, I don't know exactly where that is, you have the full print area. Okay. This is a 300 V2. So let's go to, now we skipped this before. We skipped the cable management section. So we did back plates, and then we skipped cable management, and then we went to door buffer, modular docks, that thing. So we're gonna go back to cable management. And this is the overview of this. This is just StealthChanger.com is where these docks are. Pretty sure there's a link in the description. You have the fanny pack, the umbilical plate, and wire duct. So the wire duct there is what just finished printing. It was a big print and I forgot about it. I'm gonna put some of this stuff over here and get it organized and out of the way. Okay. Found it easier to install the shuttle. Oh yeah. Okay, let's see. We're gonna go just in order. So we have a fanny pack. So we have a printed bomb, which is the base, cover, main bracket, sub bracket. And I'm not using the little DC to DC buck converters for anything, so I'm not prepared for those. Got some hardware. and then a link to the GitHub for getting the files if you want to get them there. So install the 4 heat sets, and I did that, but let me start grabbing printed parts. Where did I? Aha, there they are. Heat sets I already did, so this piece, heat sets in, and these are optional heat sets for a Wago bracket. I did put those heat sets in. I don't think I need the Wago bracket right now, but I'll just say again, FedEx is awful. I just got a notification for a delayed package. Next, all these heat sets are in already. Yep. Optional installed. So these two I didn't install. I'm not going to be putting those buck converters in. And these are tough to get to, so I didn't bother. Now, I did not install the magnets in here. So let me grab the, those are not them. Where was the magnets? Yeah, there they are. These, so all of these are the weaker N35 magnets that come in the kit. So we're gonna throw all of these magnets in and see how they fit. Those are pretty tight, so I think I'm gonna be okay just putting them in. I'm gonna do some glue anyway. I don't wanna have to redo this, so we'll do glue anyway. Doing the heat inserts by hand or using a press. For the most part, I use my Frax flex arm here for heat sets. The hard to get to ones, I use an iron and pull them in with the screw like we did earlier in the stream. Okay. Boydie, welcome. Yeah, if you built it deeper, it's just shelf space becomes an issue when you start going deeper. Oops, shoot. There we go. One in, but I do want these to be the same. So I'm going to use that one now to orient the rest of them. It goes there. A bit of glue in the next one. Then will these open up wide enough to do this one? No, they won't. Let's go to the next size. There we go. Here, there to check. It doesn't really matter that these all be the same. It's just I want them to be the same. As long as you make the part that matches up the same, then it'll be fine. Go. Bigger shelves. Those are 2 words. Those are definitely 2 words. Putting a little drop of glue at the base of those. Nothing major. Magnets there. And then we can attach the distribution board. This guy right here for the hexa. That goes there. And what size we need? In 3x6s. I put the drivers away? Yes, I did. Okay. And 3x6s. Bearded Bucket, thanks for being a member. You know if they're going to sell the ferrofluid doohickey on your desk? You can get that from AliExpress. Big Tree Tech is not going to sell that separate. That was a holiday creator gift. But you can find those if you search for ferrofluid sound visualizer thingy. Make sure you use thingy. You'll find it on AliExpress. Actually, searching AliExpress, I'm not sure if I would use thingy. Who knows what you're gonna get. Okay, so that is the little board for the, oops, that's not what I wanted. Then we're gonna put the board on there. Let me go get the box for that. So the hexa adapter. Whoop. Oh, got the adapter itself. We've got some monster wire. What gauge is this? This is 12 gauge. It's a 12 gauge wire. Some tool head labels, fasteners. We've got all the 6-pin microfits I could possibly want because these all came with the, I think these came in the tool boxes. Each tool came with one, each Nighthawk came with one, and now the Hexa is coming with them. Ooh, lots of zip ties. That's fantastic. I want more zip ties. Got some heavy gauge connectors and a USB cable. Yeah, cool. I am not gonna want for those 6-pin microfits. Okay, is that, no, I got more there. That's fine. That is the 4 more for that. So what we can do, we can just throw all these on here because that's where they're gonna end up anyway. Oops, and there. Okay, now this guy is the Hexa board. A big fat connector there. And then for each, it's like we can do up to 6 Hexa, you know, makes sense. USB out for something. And USB in. Cool. Hey, Marcus. So this is gonna go on here, right like that. So in 3x6s to fasten that. You gotta figure here, Tuxedo. We've got, I don't, without doing the math, you have 6 tool heads that are getting power from this. Anywhere from 40 to 100 watt heaters per tool head. I don't know what the minimum gauge you'd want, but that is, I'm sure, where the reasoning behind that size wire comes from. Hey, Lee O'Keefe. That's also the whole reason we went with larger power supplies in here is to support that draw. Now I get my fanny pack. Been waiting to see my design get put to use. Nice. Okay, next. Add-on module can be installed. I'm not doing those. Buck converter pieces in there. Hey, Killer Prince. Welcome. Optional install Wago bracket. I'm not going to be using that because I don't need it. I did put the heat sets there, so I could install that later if I find some need for it, but I'm not doing that option. Next, Wagos can go in there. I did the magnets. I knew this was coming. Looks like you have a Revo in there. Did you go high flow or standard? They are all high flow obsidian nozzles. They are all the 60-watt heater. If I was doing it again, I'd probably go the 40-watt heater just to make sure I'm okay on the power requirements, but it's fine. Those Wagos are really only for if you need 5 volt for tons of NeoPixels. There you go. Press the cover over the base at the magnet positions. If the magnets don't go all the way in, finish them with some parallel pliers. So we got the cover. I need to hit that with the heat gun real quick. I'll do that. Be careful, there are some thin spots on this. I don't want to hit it too hot. Don't want to warp it. And then I do have some spots here where the build plate is starting to flake off, so I can just kind of pick those out of the way. There we go. Just kind of detracts it. Detracts a little bit from the looks. There we go. Okay. Can I make a Five Nights at Freddy's? I'm surprised I knew what that acronym is. Character. That's not the kind of content I usually do. We build. And welcome, Jesse. If you want to learn how to proper build techniques, or at least my understanding of proper build techniques, that's what we're here. Your door buffer a mod because they aren't the same as on the official door buffer GitHub. They are the LDO. So the LDO kit has the front extrusion here that is the same length as the other extrusions in the printer. It goes to the inside. So the door buffer in the draft shift setup goes to the further. I don't know if it's all the way to the edge or whatever. So these pieces are a little different. So if you go to LDO, if you're using an LDO kit, you're going to want to be going to the LDO documentation anyway to figure out where things differ. Just like with anything. With a Voron kit, LDO has some specific parts, you know. So okay, so I want to put a little bit of glue in here and then press this onto here. And hope that it all goes, yeah, it's all correct. I don't know what that is doing. So we shall see. them off. And we can, oops, so close. Press these the rest of the way on. There we go. There. There and there. Sweet. Here's our the fan pack assembly is complete and ready to install on the printer. Perfect. Umbilical plate. So we got the umbilical plate, so that can sit there as a sub-assembly. We have this. I printed that. That's what we need. Oops, that's not what I want there. Heat sets are in already. Since I'm doing 5 tools, there isn't a center spot, so I don't get a cool logo in the back. But I do need to put some 1mm foam. This did not come in the kit. This did not, as far as I'm aware or remembering, the 1mm foam did not come in the kit. I do have my own. Drop that. Let's see. Any short pieces? Short remnants? This one. Grab. Okay, got some tape, and let's see how well this is gonna work. We're gonna go here, and we're just gonna kind of follow this around. Let's see how well this stuff forms. A little bit here. We'll just try it. See what happens. Oop. Yeah, that's working pretty well. No complaints there. Here. Pretty darn good. Where did my put them away? Yep. Okay, let's just set this aside. I don't know if we'll need that anymore, but worked out pretty good. Please just work the way around. The foam stretched just fine. Okay. Install the faceplate over the outer plate. The faceplate is designed to flex. Start with, yep, I noticed this. I did a test fit here. So this is the other piece. Now I was gonna do this in multiple colors and make these green, but I didn't. But this guy goes on here, and it is a bit of a flex to get it on here. I don't remember exactly what I did. I think I went in all the way on one side. Yep, all the way on one side so you can get under this angle, and then that gives you more room on the other side to get that on. Doesn't have to flex much. Okay, install a faceplate over the outer, and then place the umbilical plate over the rear panel. Oh, so I'm not, oh shoot. Oh, well, that's interesting. I can't really do this right now. I need to finish this other piece. So maybe we shift gears, because I need to be able to put the back panel on. And I also may end up just removing this. Well, I'll leave the foam tape. It'll compress. This is, let me collect my thoughts here and explain what's going on in my head. So this is a beta kit. I built this. I started building this over 4 years ago on the channel. This was a very early build on the channel. Therefore, it has some parts that are not necessarily what are in the current kit. One of those parts is the rear panel is 4 millimeters thick instead of 3. So the only thing that really impacts, I think, is that foam tape is just going to fully compress. I think it'll be okay. But before we can put the back panel on, I need to finish up my Z umbilical setup here, which means doing the end stop setup, finishing up Nemi's end stop mod. So that's what we're going to shift to here. So we're going to take this little cover piece off because I'm not going to need that. I'm going to grab an end stop assembly, and that will require some custom soldering and setup. What I want to do, let's move this over here, get these back into place. There we go. I need to do belts and shuttle before I do all this. Yep, that is true. Okay. Let's do the back here. Get all of this assembled. Belts on. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit. 42 months. Thanks, Maurice. That's that piece. I don't know which one turned out. I printed this a couple of times because I had a little hard time getting it to print. Well, yeah, this is the better printed one. Okay, lots going on, lots to think about here. Let's put this, actually, let's get rid of this. There we go. Okay. There we go. Bench there. Pieces do I need here? These? That goes there. Is it different than this one? I printed a couple of different versions. Yeah, that's what I want. That's good for now. 4KU70. Thanks for becoming a member. Sorry, I'm figuring things out. I need some micro switches for the stepper, for the end stop pod. Okay, we are doing, let's go here. No, that's not cable management. There we go. Let's go back to draft shift. And I think this is under the StealthChanger and user mods and NEMI and end stop mount. So this contains designs for 3 types of shuttle, and switches for the solution are located in a block that mounts to the rear extrusion of the gantry and sits in the standard A motor mount, the 2 CNC versions of both alignment guides, and an end stop bracket. So we're going to build this guy right here. Install the switches using 4 M2x10 self-tapping screws. Tinker Steve, thank you for the gift of memberships. SPC, welcome. Okay, let's just get this all. Push the JST HX header into the back hole, not black hole, back hole. Okay, let me find where these are. This is PH, I want XH. XH. There we are. And this is a 3-pin, one of those. And we'll need some wire. Yeah, this is probably still gonna be about the best setup. Doop. And doop. Okay, so a little one of those. Need a couple of micro switches. E2F there, and one there. Plenty in here. We'll just use 2 fresh ones right there. Okay. So what will happen is this guy will go in the end back here, and there will be a switch right here. Now, I think I can do a lot of that soldering in place. Okay, that's not too bad. So let's go ahead and push that all the way in there. Hey, Richard. That goes there. Have some of the... So I am not using Phillips head self-tappers. These are hex head. I see the comments. See the comments in there. Okay. So we're paying attention to the picture there and the way the lever goes. So that's in that direction. Now, I don't know if I want to bend that pin or not, but I think I'll do that after it's in here. So that's there, and it's there. Should I try to bend this over? Maybe I will. Because that's going to connect to there. That's just going to connect to that end pin there. Pitchfork. What? What pitchfork? Oh. Okay, let's see. What can I do for tools here? Guess I can just try regular needle nose. I'm gonna take this guy, bend it around, try to not bend it straight over. Go. Just bending this over to where I can just do a solder bridge there directly to the, there. If I can get that. See that? That pin there is going to solder right there. That ought to, those are definitely close enough. That will be a nice little, and that's going to also hold this connector in here. That is basically touching there. Let's grab our Omnifixo. Hold that a little bit. I don't need the big fat tip on here. Swap that back out. Okay. Here. Where is the solder? There it is. What is that contraption? So this is a mod, and it is listed in the description. So this puts my end stops. So I wanted physical end stops on here because position is critical, and being able to get to the docks with a repeatable, precise location is critical. So physical end stops are the best way to ensure that. Now, a lot of people have had luck doing virtual end stops, or centerless homing, I should say, on StealthChanger. But I want to be safe and go physical. There we go. That worked out pretty good. It was a good, solid, nice, clean connection. Shannon, there is a link in the description. There's a link to this. The link is in the description. I tried to make sure because I knew at the beginning I was going to be installing a bunch of the recommended mods. So I wanted to make sure that all of those were already determined in the link. Wasn't repeatable enough. Yeah, some people have had luck with it. I'm actually running sensorless on my index, and I haven't had a problem yet. But my intent is to switch that over to switches. I'm just more comfortable with switches when this kind of positional or the reference accuracy. Your reference is your home position, right? So your reference accuracy is critical. So I prefer to use physical switches for that. These end stops are wired together. They are not. This is a 3-pin connector, so it's going to use a common wire and then trigger on either one. So it's not actually wired in together. It's because we're using a 3-pin connector. So okay. So that solder connection done. Solder wires connecting both C on the switches to a single pin solder wire. So, okay, so that should be, let's see here. That's common. Than normally closed. Let's put the other switch in place here because I think I can solder everything in place just fine. This is going to go with the wire in that direction. So there we go. Like that. The problem, and in term, not the ultimate actual trigger point for sensorless is not the problem. It's that when you get something in your gantry that causes it to trigger early, that's the problem. So you can, I've had like my gray Trident here, I have to fiddle with it occasionally. It's sensorless homing stuff, especially if it sits for a while and the belts get like that memory position. I'll have it often, or occasionally, I shouldn't say often, occasionally where it triggers like almost right away and it thinks that it hit the end stop. So now you're many millimeters away from where your home should be. Okay, so switches are there. Now I need to just get some wire, and I think I'm gonna go 3 colors here, just so it's easier to distinguish at the other end. May use some wire that no, I don't want to use that wire because I want to use black for the center. Use black for the center. So let me grab a PTFE wire here. There we go. Just do black, blue, and green or something. So I'll just grab a, that'll work for here, but we'll need a longer wire, something like this for our, there we go. We'll just use that. Just a stepper wire from something. Here's how homing is going to work on core 1 with index. I would very much expect Prusa will use sensorless homing for that. They use sensorless homing for their XL, right? Prusa also does a lot in firmware validating things, home positions and everything. They do a whole lot in firmware checking. They have a lot of checks. Okay, so that's there, that's there. Let's see. I don't have a great way of holding this, but that means that if that's the common, we need to solder our other common to that same wire. So we're going to grab this. That. And we got some wire. That should be enough to get, yep, I think so. O'Connor has a micro stepping motor phases and sensorless homing. It really is slicing hairs. Yet another unicorn chase. Okay, let's see. I need some black wire. So I just need one wire going from there to there. So I just need a little short piece of this. Okay, so here, let's get this off. So that's gonna go from there and just go straight to that. Just that little tiny length there. So let me get in here and Yep, that'll do. And strip off a little bit on the end here. Tin these wires. Okay. You knock things off over there. See that guy? See that guy back there? He's plotting. Ooh, that got hot. Yeah, index would get in the way of their current homing process, but I guarantee you they'll have... Ooh, that got hot. Short bit of wire transfers heat quick. Okay, that there. I'm gonna tin this. Go. And the outer wires are the normally closed, right? Nope, middle wire is normally closed. Is that correct? Middle wire is normally closed? Just double check. Oh, the end wire. The end wire is normally closed. Okay. End wire is normally closed. I should have known that. Let's tin the end wire. Let's get that off of there. Just so it doesn't get in the way. There we go. End wire and wire. Go. OmniFixo is fantastic, Thuggy. OmniFixo is really cool. Big thanks to Zura. Steven Zura sent me this. Had an extra. Okay, I need to solder this in. Okay. There. A little further. There we go. That's good. Cut this little flap. There we go. That's in there. Garrett. Grant. Welcome, 3D Musketeers. Just in time for some riveting soldering. Okay, so this top one is Y, and this is X. So I think this, figure out, I can't really, you know what? OmniFixo is fantastic, but it's got a certain clamping capacity. So let's get this guy in here because this will be a whole lot easier. Need it much. Hey, Sanity. Welcome, folks. A little bit of tin that, Now we need to figure out, so what are we gonna do? Blue or green for X and Y? Which one is which? Let's see. Blue or green, X and Y. I don't have an association there to remember it. So let's go blue is Y. Blue, the sky is blue, and sky has a Y in it. Does that make sense? Does that work? Exactly the opposite of what Derek suggested here. But the sky is blue. Yep. As long as I forget later. Yep, it's all good. Okay. So that is going to go, I'm going to sneak this up right like that. Should I think I solder that right now. There we go. That's going to go right over there. A little bit off the end here. A little bit more. Go. It's a little long. Pretty good. Sky is not blue here either. This is right. It is pretty consistently raining. Okay. Can probably snip that just a little bit. And then I just have to sneak a wire around there. Okay. So let's just grab that. Work. And we got a green. Green for X. So I want this to go right in there. I'm gonna do this right now. It's kind of, yeah. This is gonna come around. That. It's out here. Go. works. Last little bit here. That works. I'm pleased with that. This is rosin core flux or solder. Rosin core solder here, Dweens. So the flux, adequate flux is there. There are situations where I would want to use additional flux, but not usually when I'm doing wire-to-wire connections. It's been fine. If I was having trouble with a connection, then I would clean the surfaces and potentially use a additional flux. Okay, that turned out better than I hoped or expected. It turned out really good. Nice, clean. This will now go into here with some sort of fastener. So that's going to use, I'm probably going to use a, yeah, that works really well. Okay. Ooh, I'm a little irritated at this. I would have put this lever down because now it's something to grab and to catch on. See, this is back here. And now I've got something that'll be easy to accidentally catch on things. I would have probably flipped this around instead of that way, but I'm not going to change it now. Okay. I don't know if it's close enough, if it would actually, here, let's find out. If it would actually trigger without the lever on there. Hey, Crook. Can you remove the metal or change? I'm gonna find out. Okay, so that goes there. How long of a screw does it say I want for this? M3 by 30. Let's see. That must be a 40 that I grabbed. That must be a 40. No, that's a 30. It says M3 by 30 is what? M3 by, oh, maybe. Okay. Okay, I wasn't hitting the right spot. So M3 by 30 goes in there. Oh, that'll be interesting. Maybe I'll throw a regular T-nut in the back there instead of a hammerhead. Let's see. Let's put a T-nut through from here. Push that over. There we go. That works. That seems just super long. That seems like it's gonna bottom out in the, I guess it doesn't. There we go, okay. There we go. Now we can see would that touch? I think it would trigger. I'm going to try. I think it'll trigger without the lever. So I'm going to pop that lever off. I'm just hoping that it doesn't actually. Let's just try to get a closer look here. It might fall into the slot. That's my worry, that it falls into the slot there. Let's find out. Let's just do it. If I have to redo it, then I'll redo it. I can redo it after. So let's find out. Okay, without that, yep, it hits the slot. So I'll redo that later. I'll figure out something, or I'll flip that switch, but we can move on. So you can't take off the lever. You would have to put a little bumper in the slot here in order for it to hit. I could, so here's another thing I can do. It's not a bad idea, and maybe I'll just leave it, because there's nothing else that's getting attached back here. I'll just put slot cover in the back here. I'll put some my slot cover in here. Just make the whole thing. Let's see. Just put a piece of slot cover in there. There we go. It's not, more length wouldn't help. It actually goes into the slot in this extrusion. So let's find out. There we go. Oh, not enough. Not enough. It sets too far in to actually trigger. It's hard to tell if it's triggering. It's not I wouldn't trust it. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I don't want to dwell on that. Okay. Now I need to run this through here. So I've got my AB steppers already on. This is my Z umbilical setup. It is out on my GitHub. There's lots of things I could do. I could probably even put a little printed part in there like you guys are saying. I'll figure that out separate. It's not critical to making progress on the actual build. So my suggestion would be to install that switch the other way, leave the lever on. Just because I don't like those levers. I've caught myself on the levers, especially LDO puts the little end stop pod on the side. They put that lever facing forward, and I've often reached into a printer and bent that lever backwards. You want this to trigger as close to this as possible, because even as it is, we're losing about 1 millimeter. I think this whole thing could move back a little bit actually, because we're losing some travel in the back from this little pod. This pod could change a little bit and gain some Y travel. I don't know if it's going to be a problem or not, but it could be tweaked a bit. I'm just getting some of these wires straightened out so I can run them through the... So is this going to be long enough is the question. Go here, and then into there. I think so. I hope so. this up off of here. Whenever possible, I replace my switches to the plunger style, so no levers or little switches. Oh, wood? Oh yeah. So simply reversing that switch, it would put the bump in line with the extrusion, and that would definitely trigger it. So I think what I'll do is I'll just flip that switch around. If that switch was flipped around, it would trigger against it wouldn't be lining up with the slot in that extrusion. Hey, buddy. Okay, these are all straightened out. I've just been straightening these wires out. So I do not need the red wire. So let's just pull all of these. There we go. Pull all of these. Cut the ends off. Yeah, don't need to cut the ends off. I can keep the ends and plug them into a connector. Hey, Derek. How you doing, man? Let me if I can, reuse these. Okay, let's pull this guy out of here for a second so I can be sure to grab the right. Been a bit, got the itch again. Okay, let's go here. So I've got this guy here. I've got my connector. That guy goes in like that. And let's just put that screw over there. We've got our common is this one. Common's there. And then blue, Y is the middle. X green is there. Okay, so then that plugs in there. That's our setup there. What do you think you're doing? Have you tried the monolith gantries? I have not. Wanted a carbonara X-beam yesterday, and I'm thinking of trying the monolith with it. Nice. Okay, so that goes there. And then you gotta get this in with this wire. You want to twist this up. Can I easily do that? Can I easily do that? Bill, welcome. Welcome, welcome. There we go. That is just for wire management purposes. Makes it a whole lot easier to deal with one wire instead of three. Yeah, he's sitting on the chair here. He didn't go far. Okay. I really did want to do some chamber thermistor here, but I think I'm going to add that later. Got too many questions for myself on how I want to do that, so put some zip ties in here. There we go. There. Here, have any knowledge on mellow CNC all metal VZ? I think I have one on the VZ bot, but I don't have any special info on it. Okay, so this is up here. Let's make sure that this is all. There we go. Okay. Those go there. And then this all, make sure this is all good, and this all gets twisted. Couple of twists there. That goes like that. Oh, hi, buddy. These wires go through this. Here, a minute. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now that goes like that, and there is a zip tie. Yep. That holds everything in here. Go. And then I need a M5 T-nut. This is the right there. And a 5x10. Yep. Okay. So now all of this goes through here. This goes right there. There we go. The umbilical. Orange level QC. Okay, let's get some room here. So now I need to make sure that I had enough wire for all this. So, you're not gonna like this, buddy. Here, come over here. Go. Okay, got all these wires that have come in. Now we've got pretty sure this is a This is B. So these guys go through here. All those are different types of wires. Be good to that one. Okay, so this is BX. So up through here and plug into here. So X and Y. There we go. Okay, X and Y are plugged in. Someone's after a treat. He's already gotten 2 treats today. And then this, where are the end stops on this board? And this is where I hope and hope and hope that of course it's not long enough. I didn't pick long enough wires. Now the question is, do I extend them or do I redo that cable? Ah, that's annoying. They have to go all the way over here. They have to go all the way over here. Do I extend them? I think I'm just going to extend them. I think I'm just going to extend them. Yep, I'm going to extend them. That is going to be far easier than rerunning that, and it'll be just fine. I already have them. Oh, there they are. Okay, there's another set of that same stepper wire. Yes, buddy. Look at that tail. Power supply we'll be using to power all this. I am using 2 Meanwhile UHP supplies. I'm using a 350 watt 24 volt and a 200 watt 48 volt. The 48 volt supply is only powering the Z steppers, which are on the Leviathan with expansion board, the 5160s here, running 48 volts. Everything else in the printer is going off the 350 watt supply. Okay, let's get some. I am going to stagger these. By a little bit, just so the joints don't line up with each other. Okay, let's turn that on. You know, one of the fantastic things about the OmniFixo is you don't have to use their base. You've got any magnetic surface becomes a point for using the clamps. 48 volt is not mandatory for Z. For really pushing the tool change speeds, then 48 volts is recommended, but it is not mandatory. Hey, Moonshine. Okay, heat shrink. Heat shrink. Oh, 8 minutes till giveaway. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate that. Oh, no panel clips. Heat shrink. Let's see. Got some. Blue. Some green. And black. Fit over. Oh yeah. Some black. Do you do commission builds? I do not. I do not have anywhere close to the amount of time. I have, when I don't have stream projects, I have home projects. I just don't have the bandwidth. Just not reasonable. Nice shiny joints. A little more solder. There we go. Okay. All of those are done. Let's get the heat shrink. Where did the heat shrink for the black? There it is. A little big on the heat shrink for the green. Yeah, I went to too big of a piece. I didn't realize that. That kind of sucks. I'm going to redo it. Since I'm right here, it's a lot easier to redo it now than later. It's just not shrinking down to be a fit. Okay, where is a smaller piece of green? There we go. Oh, kind of got to put it on there before I before I solder it. Make sure that's not so hot that it'll shrink it before I can put it on. There we go. There we go. Dr. Dave, I was wondering if you'd be on today when I picked this shirt. I was wondering. Okay, so now this is going to go up here, go across here, and then it just has to get into here. So let's make sure we have enough extra. Right there is where we're going to cut this. It's not lined up. There we go. Okay. This is going to go in. Let's just take it in right there, around here, right here. We are going to, these are going to run to two different connectors. We will share a common. Well, this wasn't a matter of twisting them to be too short. I just had too short of wires to begin with. Okay, so we have 3 crimps to do. Oh, we got 1 more minute until we're giving away Filament. 1 more minute, so I'm going to pause there so I don't take too long. And here's what we're doing. We're going to do something a little different. It's only minorly different, but I figure we'll mix it up a little bit. So I told you we were going to do giveaways slightly different in the new year. We're still counting down from 3, okay? But once I start counting down from 3, I am only going to restart the number of times that comes up on rolling the Steve Builds cube, okay? So if it comes up with a 3, I'm only gonna restart 3 times before I close the entry. So if you're one to wait until the last second, you know exactly when I'm going to stop. Okay? Okay, we are going to, and let me get things. Yeah, I thought you'd like that, Neil. Let me get Wheel of Names up. Get Wheel of Names up and get rid of the old names. And let me get the form up. Here we go. So it is 3 seconds, but I'm only restarting the number of times it comes up on here. Okay, so I'm going to roll this and I'm going to start the countdown. And I'm only restarting this many times. So you're gonna get in or get lost. Not get lost, or get left out. Move for efficiency, exactly. So I'm turning, I gotta get everything set up here. Let me look here, let me here, and turn this off. Okay, I am counting down 3, right? But I'm only going to restart 2 times. So 3, 2, 1. Everybody's in? I scared of 3. There's 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Done. There we go. We are closed. So you get it. Next stream, if you missed out because you were waiting until the last second trying to get in on the end, you know how it works now. Let's link this out. Told you, it's going to be faster, but it's got a little bit of a twist, right? We tie it back in. The GPs here modeled this for me. I need to reprint it. I need to print a new one on the index. But I saw this and I figured, you know what? There's the numbers. There are more 3s on here than anything. I don't know what we'll do. What should we do if it comes up on the logo? Maybe if it comes up on the logo, I do the old way. Maybe it comes up on the logo, I'll do the old way. I'll restart until we haven't had one, or until I get tired of counting. Yep. Okay, let me get this out there. Logo is just click close. No, I'll go the old way. I like that better. Logo, everyone gets a spool. Okay, Bill, you got in there first today. Bill, then Tuxedo. Who do we got here? Ivan got in last. Dr. Dave was next to last. Almost got that last one there, Dr. Dave. I got the right one. And on a logo, Steve built you a printer, right? Do it 5 times since yes looks like a 5. No, I like the old way. We'll see. We can evolve. You know, I can change the rules. I get to change my rules. Let's do a number between, I don't know, 1 and 12. There's no significance there. I used up all my energy on explaining the die. 1 and 12. Hey, Phil. Let's see here. We have Dale Cider GB said 9. We'll do 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and spin. The wheel of names has changed. Oops. Shoot. Sorry. Almost forgot to switch over. Binny. Binny. Knew I'd screw that up. Binny. Congrats. And Holtz, thanks for being a member. Binny, are you here? I have a D20, Bob. I have a couple of D20s. But it's not a Steve Builds die. Binny, congratulations. Are you here? Woohoo! Congrats. Congratulations. Let's see. Let's get this in here. There you are. Let's get to the email. There's that. And okay, awesome. Congratulations. You should have an email. If you don't get an email in a few minutes, then shoot me a DM. Awesome. Okay. That is that. Now, what do they got going on here? We can add a wheel or we can open a wheel. Interesting. Okay. We are back here. So this is extended. Now I am going to run I'm going to run the green and black to the X end stop, and yeah, to the X end stop, and then blue, because the sky is blue, to the Y end stop. Oh, thanks for the pin post reminder. And let me edit the description to get rid of that. Timer's done. Save. When your free roll of filament may trigger impulse buying with lots more. Just use my affiliate link if you do. I don't plug that nearly enough. I get the occasional sale through there, but link is in the description. Your Polymaker filament and your Vision Miner bed adhesive. Oh. Okay, let's get this. This is there. And crimp. Oh, shoot. I forgot something else. We'll figure it out, I think. I don't think I have any panel clips. I'll have to see what I have for panel clips. I did not print panel clips for the rebuild. And I need to give away 5 memberships. Did anybody remind me of that? Did anybody remind me? Okay. Now I need a couple of 3-pin connectors. Thanks, Derek. Okay, so this goes here. The middle pin is ground, and the end pin is trigger, signal, trigger, whatever. And then the end pin on the other one is trigger. So that here now, and we're going to plug this one into X, and the one with just the single wire right next to it to Y. That should work. Okay, so we have end stops now. We have end stops, we have our Z umbilical setup. Take this off. That should be good. Okay. I'm not forgetting here. First of all, I've been a member of my own channel for over 2 years. Oops. What's that? Hi. My own member milestone chat. And let's go here. Send 5. There we go. Oh. Go. Okay. I need to figure out how to put a backstop on this. There you go. Congratulations, new members. I need to do that, and I need this on. This little piece on. So what this is the little guard that helps keep this from falling forward. As the printer moves down, this is supposed to keep this up in the umbilical back. It looks like I got that pretty darn centered. It's visually centered. Okay, we still here? Everybody still hear me? Everybody's quiet. How many people do we have? How many likes did we get? We didn't hit 200 likes by the giveaway. StealthChanger is a prime example to use the guide as you have shown, so you don't have to reprint parts. Spend a lot of time prepping. Yes. This is only series 3. I mean, it's not series, but episode 3, part 3 of this. But I've been working on this since like September. Norgorod, thanks for being a member. You've been a member longer than me. Yep. Okay. Oh, we need to belt it. We can't put the back end. We have to belt it. Okay. We need to belt it. Get some belts. I'm gonna do fresh belts. Nines. I don't know how long I need. Oh, this will work. GT3? I don't think I need GT3 on here, but I don't know what else I have. Made the mistake of throwing away the belts. I wasn't going to reuse the belts that were on here, but they're still in here. I'd like to use them for the approximate length. I don't think they're still in here. Yeah, I think they're out. They're gone. Threw the old belt away. That was a mistake. I was going to use them for the length. Don't knock it. Thanks for being a member. What do we have have here? Pathetic Puma, thanks for memberships. I have GT3, but I don't know if I want to do GT3 on here. Is tap the recommended probe for StealthChanger? It is built in. So tap is built into the design. Okay, this one is definitely long enough. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting because it kind of gets in the way of. Kind of gets in the way. Delvin, thanks for becoming a member. Let's pull. This is just gonna be standard Voron building stuff right here. Couldn't really easily do this separate. See you, Pathetic Puma. Thanks for being a member. Do you have the belt helper printed? I do. Where are we? What are we doing here? This one. That one goes there. And come on. There we go. Right through there. This way. Look at this. Lazy Susan strength right here. There we go. Do you just use the standard slicer profiles on your Core 1L? I have tweaked it for filaments when I thought I needed to, but otherwise I start with those. See you, John. Thinking of converting SVO8 to multicolor, is wondering what would be the better system. Box turtle, StealthChanger in terms of less material waste. Well, box turtle for sure. There's oh, come on. What are you stuck on? This is the most frustrating part of belting, is on these sides, it getting caught in the slot. There we go. Okay. So that pulled, oops, tweak on that. Things lined up with everything. Let me get this belt helper. Where did I put that thing? Here, 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 and one more piece. This is what you're talking about, right? I think I need to put some heat sets in and things, but this is the part you're talking about, right? I have what backwards? StealthChanger would have less waste. Yeah. Did I speak wrong? The words that came out of my mouth are not what my brain processed? Okay, let's see, 'cause I'm not familiar with how the attachment works here. So this goes on, belts go. Hey Troy, I said box turtle, I meant StealthChanger would have less waste. I had too many, I buffer overrun. Okay, let's look at this guy. So this is gonna go in this, right? That's kind of annoying. That is really annoying. How is that supposed to actually go in there? So this piece here is very much in the way of putting belts in. I can put this in. There we go. That's just interestingly tight. I'm just getting an idea for how much belt I need right now. That's what I'm figuring out. Is this the guide you're talking about? Is this what you're talking about? The guide says to remove the top bracket. Oh, I see. But how well is that indexed? If I've done all that work to index the... If I've done all that work to index the shuttles to this, and then this causes it to not, how well is this indexed to here? Oh, it's got pins. Okay. Okay. Let me look at the guide. Let me look at the guide. Honestly, I got into regular Voron belting build mode, so let me reset while I'm here, so I don't have to do it next time. Let's delete that, and let's go back to the shuttles. Is this it? Very tight. Yeah, no, I think it's just I got focused on regular Voron belting things, and I need to remember the guide. I get it. There. Printed shuttle assembly. We didn't use a printed shuttle. Here, LDO. So I need to put some heat sets in this. Let me put some heat sets in this thing. No, we're doing good. We're doing good. Let me see. There we go. There we go. Okay, 4 heat sets here. Okay, insert 2 heat set inserts into each block. Another 2 into the right block. So which is the right block? That would probably be this one. Yep. This is this one. 2 more heat sets. Will those go? Oh yeah, they will. Sweet. Is rig 12 or 24 volts on it? Most installs will be 24 volts, resin. See you, Adama. Let's see if this will sneak in there. Ooh, just barely. Far that should go. About the same. Okay. Remove the top bracket. Hey, looky there. It told me to remove the top bracket. See you, Cobra. Remove the belt clamps. Okay. Attach the left portion of the belts to the shuttle by feeding them from the back and through the belt holes. Finally clamp them using a belt clamp. Okay, so I'm not ready for that yet. So now I got to switch back to regular belting mode and get an idea. So I think if these basically meet in the center is a good, probably a fine length to start with anyway, right? That's probably fine to start with. So now I pull all this out and I got to find another belt. I don't think this is, yeah, not even close. Not even close. I need to find another belt in my box that's that long. Without going to the GT3 stuff. Belt helpers are generally made for the printed shuttle, 15 bump text on the parts so you get proper length behind the printed one. Okay. See, it's just the same stuff. It should be. long enough. I need to make sure I keep these correct. Put a mark on that one. This is for the CNC, just make sure you have enough belt either side, long enough screws to join them. Yes, this is enough. Yeah, that's enough. I'm a little worried. I've got the belt I need. I'm a little worried that I mixed them up before I marked one. So I'm going to take the time so I don't waste belts and have to figure out others. I am going to take the time to go through and belt should be exactly the same length. Yep. I'm going to take the time to rerun this, which really kind of sucks. And it's wasted time. Well, it's time I shouldn't have let myself have to do. But I screwed up by not being 100% confident in which belt was which. Let's do a quick belting of this and make sure I got the right one. You still have that other length. I don't know which one was which at this point. I'm not confident that I grabbed the right belt. So I will check now. I don't have, they're not the same. They're not the same before. They're completely different belt. They didn't start the same length. And if I mess it up, then I have to, oops. Hey, look what I did. Look what I did. There isn't a third one. No, I don't have a third belt. Go. This will be quick. It's worth going through and double checking. Yep. So this was it. So that's confirmed. Caught it myself. It doesn't count. Well, yeah, but still. Okay. Same length. So this one I had marked. Let's make sure they're, yep. Okay. So I can see which one. Let's make sure these are trimmed nice and square on the ends. Just makes it easier. This guy. and I clamp these to the table. I don't trust that I'm going to hold them and run them along themselves anymore. I've had too many instances where I've done a build and found out later that the belts weren't exactly the same length. And I don't want to have to question that. So if I run this over here, everything is exact. I run this along here, everything remains exact. And I know that I have the same belt lengths. There we go. So running this all along. This one, confidence. Staying. Okay, they are exactly the same length. Now we can rebelt this. Belt it for the last time, which means make sure that we get the writing the correct side up. So okay. It's here. Okay, so one belt is run, the other belt. Get that belt out of there. to the side. I'm playing the final countdown. This is probably the most useful bit about this. Okay, let's move this forward. Okay, now we can get through, start putting shuttle on. So, shuttle go, here we are. So this goes this way. Top belt comes through here and just right around the corner. Bottom belt through here and right around the corner. Let's go a few extra teeth to start, and then get this guy on there, and the screw to hold this in place. Oops. Where are you? There you are. Okay, now I'm going to adjust these to where it's flush with the end there. Now, it looks like this shuttle is made to work with both 9mm and 6mm belts. Is that right? What is this? Much better place for all these random questions not related to the build. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. As long as it doesn't get in the way of someone wanting to ask a question relevant, other chatter isn't a big deal. Other chatter is fine. Okay, so given that it's compatible with both, how do we confirm that we are aligning these belts correctly? What is attach? This says attach the left side. Make sure that your idlers are fully extended. And clamp the left upper and lower belt between the left clip and the block. Push the belt into the center. Is that further correct? Okay. Just push towards the center. Is that mentioned anywhere here? Two and 3x10s. 2 and 3x10s. It's these guys, and I assume I'm going to need 4 and 3x10s ultimately. Okay. Just push towards center. Looks like they index on the center according to the picture. Right, but a little text there might be helpful. Little text there might be helpful. So we've got this, and I'm learning here, trying to figure out how this all goes. Why are you not pulling? There we go. Okay. Let's get a little screwdriver. Let's loosen this a little bit. Let's just push these down and up. Make sure that they are. I don't want those to be a little further to engage all of the teeth there, and I missed one. There we go. Okay, so that top one is where I want it. Last tooth. There we go. Push these to the top, the bottom. Tighten that. There. That one's not, the top one is not straight. There we go. Wow, this is a little fiddly. If you want to make sure things stay aligned. Yeah, that is extremely fiddly. Okay. There we go. So now this guy goes here somehow. What is the top and bottom indexing on this? How does this help? Okay, not sure how it helps. We will find out. That's my 2.5, there it is. Nope, that's wrong. Wrong screw, I want these. What's going on? You notice the comments held for moderation don't show in the on-camera chat even. Oh, that's true. I've always noticed that, Bob. I see that on like Taylor's streams. If I comment there, that's just a YouTube thing. Well, it's a matter of how I display on screen. Your go-to Knipex products. Just ordered 4-piece pliers kit. The pliers. So that, I'm assuming, just needs to be even. I mean, I don't know. Make sure the idlers are fully extended. Clamp the left upper and lower belts between the left clip and block. But where along there? How far to the side? I think I need to go 1 tooth further out. Because it's rubbing on the side of the shuttle here. And there's a mark on this piece, so apparently I have this piece backwards too. This is a little weird. I can see how it's probably going to help when it's all set up, but there's nothing that says how much space, though. That's what I'm getting at. There's nothing that says where to put this on here. And then making sure that it's aligned and not forcing it to be a tooth off. Like that's forcing a tooth off. That I think is aligned. For the CNC, it's not as important with how close it is, just as long as the top and bottom tightening screws is long enough. It is important because if your belts are not, you can pretty easily, I think, I'll know for sure when I'm done with this whole process, but it feels like it would be easy to have enough slack in one of these in between this piece and the shuttle to force yourself to be off by a tooth. But that's fine. We'll keep going. I'll figure this out. Okay, then we need some screws, 40 or 50 millimeter screws. On the end of my bench here, but I think I'll grab some fully threaded 50s. Then we'll be sure to hopefully have enough room. Oh, that's weird. Looks like I got some 55s mixed in there. Okay, so this guy comes through. So these guys go through here. And thread into here. That. Follow the same push to center alignment for the belt. Would be nice for a spacer printed part to align them. I'm not too worried about that. I'm more worried about the getting this clamped in and having this be parallel with this part. It's just fiddly, that's all. Things can be fiddly. It's part of this hobby. Fiddly is okay. I want to minimize the fiddly, but okay, let's see. I'm trying to follow. Then pull as much of the upper and lower belt as you can through the right block, keeping an even amount between the two. Tighten the clip screws. Okay, so this is going to come across here. These here through here through here. This printed part on here. Hey, Tech Geek. Oh, the cat's April's home, which means the cats are in there with her. I don't think we'll see Oscar again. You count the teeth to make sure it's equal. You can do the same for the CC, just add a few more teeth than 15. Oh, is that what it's saying? Is I wanted to have 15 teeth on there? I don't know how to, I don't know. Okay, so I think what I can do here is pull this through and make sure that they're equal. They are very much not equal there. So let's pull this side. Get that out of the way. You through. Come on. Go around the whole thing and make sure all of our pulleys are. Yep, there's my problem right there. Oop, there we go. Make sure everything is lined up. Everything is on all the spots. And then this is still off by one tooth. So let's pull one more tooth through there. Now we make sure this is all even. Pushed up, pushed down. Yep, that's all good. Now with all that even, hopefully we can push these through the back here and loop them around. Adjust the upper and lower until you're happy with the pre-tension of the belt. Okay. So let's tighten these. Making sure, so I don't even have screws in the front here. So the front idlers are as loose as they can be. Everything is even. And then making sure we're tightening these screws to the same amount. I don't think we need that much pre-tension though. These idlers will take up most of that. Okay, so I think that should be okay. Like the printed parts moving the dock forward. Oh, yeah. You're streaming on your birthday, Tech Geek. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Okay, so these need to come around and we need to put this other piece on. So happy birthday, Tech Geek. Everybody say happy birthday. So this is gotta be fiddly. Yeah, I should have left. Well, I mean, the idea here is so you can, I think you can, boy, yeah, this is not going to be fun. I think I'll use the carriage a little bit here. Then bring these over. There we go. Now I need to pull all these even. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, this is not fun. How are you I mean, I would not want to do this at all once these belts are cut flush. I don't know if I should have left more. But you can't attach, well, will it? I don't know if you can attach the plate now. Oh, that's weird. So once you clamp these together, you're pulling. Don't get it. Hey, Alex. I don't. I don't see how this helps. This is far more fiddly than it. I think this little printed part adds to the fiddly. Yeah. But when you tighten this, it loosens this side. So what's the point? Unless you're supposed to tighten it and then reset this side. Since it's attaching on both sides, I don't see the point. If you want to keep your reference of this side being fixed, I don't see the point. I think it just adds. You've got the docks here, making this a very tight area to work to begin with. There's nothing that has been gained by actually using this contraption around it. It would be better off leaving that off and just holding against the carriage here. I'm just thinking ahead to where when you're cutting these belts, where are we going to end up with on... Grab something to hold this in place. What are we going to end up with when the belts are cut and you're trying to do this the next time? Just use that to hold it in place. Honestly, I don't think the printed jig helped at all. It might help with other versions of this tool, of this shuttle, but I think it was more a hindrance than a help. I got it, but I don't think it helps to have one side of this. If this should fix to this side of the shuttle, if you want this to be a reference point, if you want your belts to stay the same and not have to worry about both sides, then this should be fixed to the shuttle somehow on one side, and then you pull this side in. You don't change when you clamp this together, you're creating slack on both sides. This might work for someone else. I didn't like it. I think I could have done as good a job just belting it without these little helpers. Just feedback. Maybe I still didn't do it right, but I feel comfortable with the way that is now. Okay. That was just far too frustrating. Okay, 4 M3x5 socket heads. I have those. Saw those. There they are. 2, 3, and 4. You've seen the clamps PhysiTech has? I have not. And a little Loctite. So this is metal to metal to metal. We'll do some Loctite. Okay, and let's pull those screws I put in there temporarily out. Sweet. That's actually triggering that is triggering the Y end stop, so I might not have to change that at all. Okay. Ah, woohoo. Now I can put these guys back in. Okay, and the belts are plenty right where they can be for final tension. Let's see where we're at now. So we still have 3 more steps here. Remove the belt helper. The blocks should now be free and can be slid behind the belts to remove them. Yep. Then we put this guy back on. So I think same thing here. These should probably have some Loctite. Just light. Light. This guy goes on here. And that is nice and tight. I'm glad to hear that that goes on. There we go. And there we go. There we go. That goes there. I gotta. Woohoo! Tool head on. Definitely holds in on its own weight. Sweet. Okay. Ah. Okay. Reattach the top bracket. And the shuttle is fully installed. Woohoo! We'll bother with tensioning later. What is next? We can get back to... So now I need to figure out how I'm going to put this back panel on. So we need to put the back panel on. And I was dumb and threw away all the old panel clips. Let's see if I have any. See if I have any. Ha. There's one. See if I have any that are the right size. Are these correct for what I want to do? They might not be. Panel. Okay, I need to clean it. This acrylic is just, it's getting a little old. Streaks and scratches. Okay, will these work? No. It's that size. What else do I have? Okay. Got ideas? I'm not out of ideas yet. Not out of ideas. Rob Peter to pay Paul. Ow. This will do just fine. All I need is something that's going to hold this thing together, and then I can replace them later. There we go. We are back in business. Back in business. Doesn't look quite right, but whatever. I can replace these later one by one. Put the umbilical plate on before securing the top of the panel. You're right. I saw that. I saw that. Okay. Let's go back to where we left off. Hey, Nico. Cable management. Fanny pack, or we were on the umbilical plate, huh? Yeah. Okay. Umbilical plate. Through. And this is where we're basically putting this on. So, yeah, so let's pull these off. I want to put too much pressure on those. Oh, and I'm going to need a couple of M5s. Yeah. Couple of M5s up here for the... These are so... Yeah. Let's see. Something like that. Is this system? It is magnet based. Well, no, it sits on pins on the on the tool head. Okay, so that should do something like, right like that. Couple of uses pins, but it uses magnets to hold the tools in the dock. Okay, that needs to be loose just so I can move things around here. Let's get the panel back on. Okay, let's get this all. Some of this is going to be kind of important to be lined up because although some people were hoping, I think, I'd figure out a non-VHB solution for holding the backpack on, I have not. So we are going full box stock recommended setup. Okay, so let's see. That's a little bit of play there. So let's center that play there. Okay. Next, install the M3x10. Rear vent fan would move to a top hat, if any. Yes, if any. I guess that would be true. And Ken, I think you sent me an email, and I didn't intentionally not respond to it. I just forgot about it, and occasionally remember, and at times when I'm not able to sit there and reply, if that makes any sense and helps. That was you that sent me, right? That I haven't responded to yet. Just want to let you know it's not intentional. Okay, is nice. This is tight. Next. I already did that. We did this. So we kind of did this in situ, but. Oh, and that's done. So that is the umbilical plate. So now we go on to the fanny pack install. Some comments on the trident. No worries, I know you spread yourself real thin. Cool, thanks for understanding. Okay, so I already did the heat sets in that piece. And then, so install 2 M3x16 to attach the ramp to the base. So let's come around here. We've got this guy. The top can come off. We've got this, right? And then we have a ramp. That's this guy. And it needs, so I've run out of magnets on this setup. So the kit didn't include enough magnets for the backpack stuff. Because I think some magnets go on the outside of this. Sometimes it's easy to mix up what you intend to ignore and what you do not. That's true, but there aren't too many emails that I intend to ignore. Okay, so that's going to go on there like that with some M3 by 16 socket heads. I think that's these guys. Yep. 2 of these guys. Goes there, there. 2 pieces of VHB to the rear of the base, about that big. Let's see. Now, the kit did not include any VHB either. Thinking some assumptions that you would have your own. Fortunately, I have my own. Suppose something along there and there. I have some hopes that this actually sticks well enough to this fiber print. You could drill some holes in the back and use some screws, as long as, I would probably, if you were doing that, I would probably drill holes, countersink them, and use flatheads. Because otherwise you're gonna potentially have the belt jumping on them. I'm gonna use this wider tape just because I'm a little worried about the texture of this. I'm gonna use this wider tape. I don't know how big. I'm going wider, and I don't know if it's a great idea to do that or not, but we are going to do that. Pressure on that. VHB tape, the back of the fanny pack to the back panel. Now there's also a piece that goes in between there. So does this literally just go? And how do you make sure that's centered? Holy moly. Do something like this, but how can I ensure that that is centered before I actually set that down? There's also a piece that goes in between here. Is this really ready to put on there? 6. Yeah, these pieces. So let me grab those. Those printed. Grab these. ECAS pieces and the part that goes around them. Put those over here. Where did those go? Printed them. Ah, there they are. Okay, so we have these pieces. This all goes somewhere. And then these little ECAS holders. It's just finished printing during stream, so okay, that seems to fit pretty well. Yeah, that's good. That fits in there. So now we put, yeah, those printed fine. So we have a bunch of ECAS fittings to put in there. Are the holders TPU? No. These are solid ASA plastic. The kit does not come with ECAS fittings. I am hoping, yes, I have enough of the black ones here. I want black on the outside. But I want blue on the inside. I have those. Where did I put them? Where did I put those? I brought them out here. I brought them out here with me. I started. Oh, there's one. That means the other ones must be over here. Yep. Okay. Whew. Move this out of the way. Okay, so I have a bunch of these. So these, I actually bought a bunch of the Filamentalist kits from West 3D, and it has these. So I'm stealing those from here. Rob Peter to pay Paul again. And then these guys. So one of these is going to go up in one way, is going to go up into pointing towards the printer, and the other one goes out. Which is which, and which way should this go? Does it matter? These considered symmetric? Looks like they are. So maybe I'll put this one going up in the potentially uglier side. I'm assuming you take the little rubber gasket off on these. That'll go in. Assuming so, but let's double check. These are about 7 millimeters deep. Ooh, do you leave it on or do you take it off? Do you leave the rubber piece on? Is anybody in here? Yep, okay, Nemi says leave it on. That's why I checked. That's why I measured. Leave the rubber on. Okay, so I'm gonna put that in there, that direction. Let's get the bigger, yeah, let's get the bigger pliers. The big ones. Gently push that in there. On there. So there's one side, and then I'm going to use the black on the other side. Good job, Nemi. This side. Goes on. The black keeper thing. Okay, so there's one assembly. And then I'm gonna go blue up towards there because it's hidden. But I think let's just jump through these. Just drop something. I don't know what it was. I don't think it matters. And one more. Okay, all of these are going onto the ugly side. One. Two. Three. And four. Throw the clip in there. One. See you, Martin. Don't forget to write the right year on there. Anything you have to sign or date tomorrow. Okay, there we go. There's those. I think it was one of the little clips that fell. Little orange clips. You'd think I'd be able to see it. Whatever, I'll find it when I sweep. Okay, then I need four more of these. 4, 2, 3, 4. Go. 2. 3 and 4. Clip them. One. 2. You getting us in trouble. I just dropped something. I don't know what I dropped. Drop a whole, oh, yep, a whole assembly. There it is. Last one. Okay, got 5 of these guys all assembled. What's next? Set into the ECAS bottom. So the ECAS bottom is the one without the chamfers. Okay. Aligned with your, oh, to align it. So there, okay. I lied, or I guess I haven't updated yet. There is another mod that I found out about last night that these come from. The default files for this has 6 in a line, and then you just pick, you line it up with the, it has 6 or 7. You line it up with the spots that you need. There is a mod, I'll put the link in the description after, that does have individual, actually I can show you where it is, and maybe that's not what I wanted to do. If we go back here and we go to Was it here under regular? Is it here? No. Let me grab that real quick. Where was that? Where was I chatting about that? It was in the... Did I get a direct message on that one? You guys have a... Give me a clue on where I got that. I thought it was Mugen that did this, but it might have been in a different part. Let's go to the cable management, user mods, and this, right? Yeah, here we are. So this is, yep, here it is. So this has different 5. So let me, not there. Let's go here. Control C. Control V. This is just for this into whatever number of tools you have, it's the output for just those, and you see how it goes up in here. Let me go in here and PTFE output. Output ramp variations. There. Now it's in the description. Now it's in the description. So this is what I printed for this. So anyway, back to our regularly scheduled part of the build. So we're gonna put these in. Now I guess it doesn't matter. This is not, there isn't a top or bottom or front or back on this. So I'm just gonna take all of these and put them in the same way. And there, just like that. Top goes on here. Put all of those in. It does get a little tight. Okay, whatever. Install the bridge onto the ramp. Install the bridge. Oh, so that installs onto here. Okay. Now I feel like that is not quite right. So I think there is a front or back to this. Yeah, that seems to fit better. That's with an M3 by 16. Okay, that's right. 3 by 16. Hey, Andrew. It's through here. Ekball, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, so then this will end up screwing to here. I feel like this is better to do this now, but I could be wrong. This is going to go up there, so I guess that just goes. I guess it doesn't really matter. Does that go all the way up against this bottom part? So I guess it's time to commit to placing this thing. So we went back through here. It says VHB, tape the back of the fanny pack and align with an umbilical plate. VHB tape holds fanny pack to the back panel. Okay. Centering this. Oh, I can eyeball that center one. I can now I have a better reference here to eyeball this to center. With lots of trying things here and there before that. What's that? How long? Oh, StealthChanger, yeah. That is, I mean, that's centered. Is it centered all around? Here, let's do this. Is this long enough? Let's see how close I am, just eyeballing. Oh, that's pretty much exactly the length of my ruler to the end. Oh, that's off. That's off by a bit. I don't know that this is centered though, so I'd be better off centering it on the panel. Center this piece. 137. 137. That right there is centered. Right there is centered. Okay. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna go extra to try my best to make sure this is centered. Or at least closer than if I said YOLO. So, just bear with me. Bear with me. Okay. So I think, of course, I just dropped my ruler. There it is. And 37. Oops, too far. Tiny bit. Okay, there we go. Okay. Do it. I would suggest that this goes on after this goes on the back, because I can't press along where all that VHB tape is. I'd like to be able to press right where that board is. I think putting this on after makes more sense. Heat sets are all there. There's no reason why not. But as far as order of operations, I do that after so you can get proper pressure between the parts. But there, that's on there and centered. Let's keep going. Just for a little bit. Something to mount it directly to the printer's 2020 at the top tape. Yeah, you could do that for sure. You could even model something that maybe has an attachment point here. There's some ideas. Yep, lots of potential. Okay. Next. Okay, we did all this. And then install magnets onto the umbilical cover. Oh, well, that's really annoying. I forgot to put those on. I think it probably told me to. Did it tell me to? Yep, it told me to, and I didn't. Because I'm out of magnets. That's the problem. Out of magnets. I've got extras, but... let's see. Yeah, those are gonna need some. Those are gonna need some glue. Let's go there with some glue. Do I have any way? I don't really have any way to do this. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be. Yep. That worked fine. It's just loose enough that I can press those in by hand to flush. Okay, don't let me forget, I put the magnets there. So there's 4 magnets to go here. There's 2 of those that must connect to the, they must hit the screws at the top. So where is that piece? That's right here. Okay, so now this piece will go on like that. That's looking good. So now that guy goes there. Let me get hit this with the heat gun. Okay. So that goes there. That means that's going there. So let's get some more glue. This will just go like that. Just down against the table, I think. There we go. Some flush. That one. this off, straight into that one. Push it into the table. There we go. And then the last one, it doesn't matter because it just sticks to the screws. Still going to make it the same orientation as these others, but it'll just attract to these button heads up here. Glue in those two. Oh, I'm glad I used glue because those are a little looser than the others. Okay. There's the cover. This didn't come out. That's all good. Awesome. I'm gonna leave that there for that glue to dry. I don't want it to dry under tension from the tension from the screw or the attracting to the bolts. Okay. Next, install the cover. Oh, and that's it. Okay. We are progressing. Wire duct. Walk you through the assembly of the wire duct. Wire duct connector needs to be scaled. Oh yeah, so there's a part on here that isn't printed yet because I don't know how big it needs to be. That's normal. So hopefully by the end of today, we'll know how big it needs to be and I can print it, and that'll be a good ending point for today's stream. Attach the EMS grill to the wire duct base using the EMS grill to the wire duct base using 4 M3 button head screws. There was something that I didn't actually need this, right? The EMS grill. I don't think I actually need this because I'm not doing the EMS, whatever that is. Am I right? Because I didn't print that part. I didn't print this. Why? Did I not print this because I forgot or because it was a big piece and I was saving it for another plate? I don't need it. Okay. It's just a mounting system. Yeah. You have an EMS mount to attach the EMS grill. Do so now. That's for things in there. I'm going to print that just to have it in there and fill up the space. I'll print that, but I'll do it in between. Where did the hexagon for Voron come from? That's a good question. That was probably just Max saying, I want hexagons, because hexagons are the bestagons. Attach the wire duct base to the underside of the fanny pack using 2 M3x10s. M3x10 button heads. I don't think I have any M3x10 button heads in the kit. M3x10 button heads, I don't think were in the kit. I have some, but I don't think they were in the kit. So this is going to go up there. Where was this? Here, let me go back a second. We've got this guy. Okay. And then we have, why did we do nuts here? This isn't too thick for heat sets. This is not too thick for heat sets. Why isn't this using heat sets? Why is this nuts instead of heat sets? I'm gonna put some hex nuts in here populated so I don't have to pull this off. But why, this is thick enough for a heat set. Why isn't a heat set used? Buddy. Just seems out of character with the rest of the build. Heat sets. because we're all little nuts around here. Well, I guess that's valid. Is there anywhere else in the build where a hex nut was used? Oh, it did include some hex nuts in the build. I mean, the kit included some hex nuts, but are there anywhere else where a hex nut is used? Could pull a whole thing off the bomb. Getting rid of those. Okay, this guy goes up through here. And where's my it's 2.5. Do I have my 2mm driver, ball driver? Yes. What supporting mods would you recommend for preparation for a Trident Index? Printing. I don't know what to recommend there for Index. It's still too early. My initial recommendation would be nothing. I don't think anything is actually required. There we go. That's on there. Sus. And then the nuts are in place, so I can put that plate in. Next. And then we got to put our bottom, the rear center skirt in. That and this. Got these two pieces. So, is there anything gonna fall apart here? Got two. Nope, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Oh, two more spots for a nut. Is this just different designer? Different designers? Is that where the reasoning for having nuts in some spots and heat sets in another? Okay, so this is gonna go up in here. It's really close on that one. That one's spot on, actually. And 3x8s. Yep. Hey, buddy. Actually, it's been a while since I've installed skirts. It's been a good while since I've installed skirts. Excuse to break out Long Boy. You line up. There we go. Okay, I'm going to need to center this, but I don't have the other skirt printed, so we will measure this. Just to a reference point. Think you design your own printer or major mod to one in the future? I don't know. I have no idea. That's a good question, but just so much to do. There we go. We got 160. 121, and what in the world? Oh, I'm measuring to the wrong spot. Let me actually measure to a consistent spot. Okay, that is really close. That's close enough. Okay, that is on there now. We are on to... Why are we using hammerheads here? Why are we using hammerheads here? I'm not going to use hammerheads here. This just goes on to the... into the extrusion. There's no reason to use hammerheads. I'm going to put regular spring-loaded T-nuts in here. And as I continue to just drop them, the panel makes it really difficult to get in here and get these in. There we go. There we go. And then this be here. There we go. Now this goes here. Maybe partially installed T-nuts would make it easier. Yeah, I mean, just a T-nut. This is the other, someone else designed this whole bottom section is what I'm guessing. This whole bottom section is someone's design. These are the parts that they prefer to use, and that's okay. I'm just not going to use them. Attach them to the rear frame using 2 pre-installed and 3x8. Ensure the adapter lines up with the pockets in the rear center skirt. Okay, and 3x8s. It says using 3x8s. Okay, apparently those aren't lined up. So let's see if we can figure out why. Yeah, they're a little high. There we go. Hey, buddy. Okay, let's try that. It's okay. I'm not really complaining about it. The choice is a choice. I'm just going to use the fasteners that I think will be better. There we go. Yep, all that. So this kind of, oh Jesus. Oscar got scared. Almost sent a hex tray all the way off, but as it is, only dropped a couple of things. I made a noise. He's fine. He's fine. He is the most jumpy cat, though. Unfortunately, there is never a time when he is fully relaxed. He is jumpy. I just wanted to show that you want to make sure that the bottom of this locks into the skirt piece. He's fine. Okay, so there are a couple more screws that go in here in 3x10s. Really need to get LDO on board with the fasteners because this kit didn't include in 3x10 button heads at all. And M3x10s don't seem to be the correct thing for this anyway. 3x10 is not lining up. Is it going? 3x10 is not long enough. So even not considering that, and 3x10 is not long enough, let's try 12s. See you, Andres. There we go. Need 12s here, not 10s. That sticks out far enough. Why didn't the 10s thread in? That sticks out past the nut far enough. Why didn't a 10 thread in? I want to find out why. Why didn't a 10 thread in? Will it now? Maybe the nut wasn't in there far enough. Hasn't changed. Oh, just barely. I would say 12s is the better choice here. I would say 12s is a better choice, but 10s does work, it looks like, if everything is pushed in correctly. Yeah. 10s barely catch any threads, but they work. I think 12s would be better. Okay, next. Attach the wire duct cover to the wire duct base by flexing the cover over the base. Let's go back here. We're going to have to turn the printer back on its side again, probably next stream, for the wiring. This is why you need the T-nuts. Why? What would that change? I don't think that would change anything. I know you're trying to make fun of the previous decision to change to a different nut, but it doesn't work. Started from scratch with everything we have learned. That's a good question. I think it depends on your perspective of what's important in a hobby printer. I think there's a lot of groups out there that think that their idea of what's important is the only one that matters. And anybody who's not going along that line is wrong. This, I'm not super happy with the print, but it is what it is. Little artifacts there on this overhang. Okay, which way does this go? This goes like that, and we'll snap over that, is what it said. How does that actually go in? Attach the wire duct cover to the wire duct base by flexing the cover over the base. Go there. Oops. goes to the inside. So it says flex the cover over the base. And my initial thought was trying to get it to go to the outside of this. So it actually goes to the inside. So I think the wording there, at least my interpretation, led me to want to try to flex this outside, but it flexes inside. Not super pleased with that. That's okay. Well, we are at 5 hours, and we did start at 10, so it's a true 5 hours. Okay, we are almost done with this step. So measure the gap between the wire duct cover and the 90-degree adapter. The wire duct connector needs to be scaled in the slicer to match the dimensions you measured. And that's why this part isn't printed yet. So I have to measure from here to here, and then we'll put in a piece that'll snap onto here. So if I just took this, just measure here, I will be scaling that to 90, probably, it's like 94, a little under 94. So I'll probably go to 93 and that'll snap in there fine. And that'll clip over both of those. Now this has to come off. Hopefully that comes off easy without breaking this piece. This piece is awfully thin for not having any support down here, by the way. Is there supposed to be VHB on that? Was I supposed to VHB this? Because I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to take this off and put a couple of pieces of VHB on the back. Although it's unclear if there's space for it. Is there space for it? I don't remember. I didn't notice if it said use VHB on that piece, but that it's only supported by a very thin. Here, let me grab another one of these. I printed an extra one because I didn't like the way the first one turned out. Where did I put that? I'll show you what I'm talking about. Here we go. So I printed a second one of these, and this whole section up here, this one, oops, see how easy that is? It's a very thin, you're basically just across these little areas for holding this lower part of the thing. It just, that's all that it's being held together with. Yeah. I don't know, but is there any reason why this surface here can't be just like significantly thicker? Just make that beefy. Not like overwhelmingly so, but the cover, I can see that. I can see this needing to be adjusted to be able to accommodate that. I don't know where it ends up in there, but yeah, something. Because this whole thing is only being held. This whole thing here is only being held by that right there. And now when this comes in, it's going to keep it from moving when you put this clip on, but a little thicker would be nice. Okay, I'm going to print this piece for next stream. The next bit that we're going to get to, we go through here, that's this, and then 10. So that's done at that point, and then we're going to get into actually installing umbilicals. Until then, it's fragile. Yeah. So umbilicals, does it show us anything about actual, so there's nothing in here about actual wiring the thing. Where am I missing that? Toolheads, user mod. There's cable management, but that's not there. Toolheads we did. Top hat, we got to do the top hat. And then user mod overview. Okay, so things, camera. But then we get to software. There's nothing really here about how we're going to run this stuff. And I notice that this hole here is threaded for some reason. Is there, maybe, does this go away in some cases and you just have a bundle of wire that's coming up? Is that why this is threaded? Because if you're not using this little channel, then you would have some sort of one of these other fittings in there. Okay, that makes sense. So I don't have to worry about that. I can just run that wire straight through and hook it up here. We have USB cable, come up over some side. Some gland or something there, yeah. That makes sense. Okay. This is probably dry enough so we can get a little better view here before we call it done. That and that. That looks pretty good. Still would be useful to have a baseline CAD for StealthChanger referred to understand the intent. If you use the Wago clip, it blocks the USB port. I'm not going to be using that, but you're right. What do you do in that case? How do you hook this up if you use the Wago mount? That's all fine. I like this. I like this. This was explained to me last night. This will allow us to have the umbilicals ran, but then I can hook up however I end up doing my filament management after without redoing all of the umbilicals. We need to use Wago mounts. The intent, I think, is for 5-volt power distribution. If you did like NeoPixels and other places or stuff, and then you have the buck converters, who knows? But I'm not going to need it. Run this big fat thing. Does this go all the way to the power supply? I would imagine. Yeah, these are all fused individually, so this can go all the way to the power supply. It isn't needed for the LDO configuration. Okay, that makes sense. There we go. And it mostly hides a scratch that I have on the back of my panel. That is 5 hours. I think it was worth going through one of the tool heads and doing a full install on a tool head, because we didn't get to do that last stream. We're through the backpack. Now the next thing is going to be actually hooking up the umbilicals, I think. Umbilicals and running the wiring up to that. I think we can run the wire up to that next. I'll finish up some of the other printer stuff, I hope. But that's good progress. That is good progress. We'll need to do the top hat still. That'll be one of the last things, I think. That's looking good. I need to print this skirt. And I need to get some panel clips. So, awesome. Okay, folks. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks to LDO for providing the kit to add to the V2 that they provided 4 years ago. And thanks to Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament. Thanks to the Draft Shift team for hanging out and giving me all kinds of help with this. This has been hugely appreciated. It is a complicated project, and I want to minimize the amount that I'm fumbling as I'm going through. So, I have to mod the hinges for top hat? What? Catch me, follow up with me on that. Let me know, because I downloaded in all the LDO stuff for their LDO top hat. So let me know what I need to do. I'll do what I need to. So with that, I hope everyone had a happy new year and is going to have a great 2026. I will probably be streaming Saturday for a member stream. But then the following weekend, I'm not streaming at all. I have a trip I'm going on. So we're gonna do Saturday member stream, nothing the following weekend, and then we will be doing probably starting, okay, sorry. The 11th will be the next part on this, but then after that, I'm taking a break so I can work on the Voron 2 Serial 0. So we will be streaming this next Sunday, but after that, there will be a little break. So anyway, take care, everyone. Hope you have a good week. Hope to see you Wednesday. I'll figure out what we're going to do on Wednesday. Take care. Enjoy the build. Bye.